guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. The director of the World Food Programme says the Gaza Strip is at serious risk of famine. Cindy McCain told CBS's Face the Nation that her organisation's aid deliveries slowed to a trickle in the month of November.
WFP has been able to get 2 trucks in. That's all. 2 trucks in the month of November.
She says in addition to getting aid in, humanitarian workers need to be able to distribute aid once inside the Strip without fear of being targeted in attacks. McCain called for a ceasefire and said the international community has to do more to deliver aid to starving Palestinians. Close to 45,000 Gazans have been killed so far in Israel's war against the militant group Hamas. Another longtime Trump ally is being picked for a position in the upcoming administration. Scott Carr has more from Washington.
On Saturday, President-elect Trump announced Richard Grenell would be his envoy for special missions, saying on his social media platform that Grenell will, quote, continue to fight for peace through strength and always put America first. Grenell had been Trump's acting director of national intelligence and former ambassador to Germany during his first 4 years in the White House. Reports say Grenell had been considered for the post of Secretary of State in the Trump cabinet, but lost out to Florida Senator Marco Rubio. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is recovering from successful hip replacement surgery in Germany. The California Senator Adam Schiff said he'd spoken to family members about her condition.
I communicated with her daughter, Christine, and I understand that she's recovering from the surgery well, so our thoughts are going out to her. She's an amazing person, and as strong and as tough as she is, I know she'll be back on her feet soon.
Pelosi's office says she underwent the surgery after getting injured during a trip to Luxembourg last week. The 84-year-old former House Speaker was medevaced to Germany's Landstuhl Regional Medical Center for the operation. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says Americans shouldn't be concerned about a recent surge in drone sightings across the country. Mayorkas told ABC's This Week that rules have recently been changed, allowing drones to fly at night, which could be a reason why people are spotting them more often. He added that the Department of Homeland Security doesn't know of any foreign involvement in recent drone sightings, but it will keep Americans informed about any potential risks. Despite this, Mayorkas said federal and state authorities would benefit from more legal authority to combat problematic drone activity. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at China's decision to launch a monopoly investigation into Nvidia, the American technology company and chip manufacturer that has seen its share price grow 2,300% over the last 5 years. Beijing is accusing the company of violating pledges that it made when it acquired an Israeli company, Mellanox Technologies. It promised to supply China with equipment on fair, reasonable and non-discriminatory terms, an agreement that Nvidia denies breaking. But there are bigger issues at play, according to Bob McMahon of America's Council on Foreign Relations.
China announcing this is a warning shot to say it can do things like this if the U.S. continues to try to ratchet up its controls on China. Specifically, the case that seems to have aroused China is one that they had preliminarily approved about 4 years ago, which was the acquisition of a company called Mellanox Technologies. China's now come back and said, actually, there are things involved in this acquisition that smack of monopoly. And so with any company the size of NVIDIA is going to potentially face this. But this one seemed to be clearly a Chinese move to retaliate and just try to say, look, how much longer do you want to play this? We have things we can do. And this is another step.
Nvidia has enjoyed a 90% share in China's artificial intelligence chip market, but is facing increased competition from Chinese manufacturers, including Huawei. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. The director of the World Food Programme says the Gaza Strip is at serious risk of famine. Another long-time Trump ally is being picked for a position in the upcoming administration. And former US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is recovering from successful hip replacement surgery in Germany. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
All righty then, cue the microphone. Here we go. just like that, where, oh where did the weekend go? That's another in the books. All right, welcome aboard. Hope you had a good weekend as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. I suppose that means, indeed, it's the greatest day of the week. Okay, here comes a Monday. What are we looking at? We're going to turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone, 16th day of December. Yeah, the final week before the week of Christmas. And the holidays are officially upon us. So just like that, welcome in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. And for this time of year, final days before the actual winter solstice, a downright comfortable night outside the secret bunker. I'll take it. 49 degrees is what we're showing at this hour. At the midnight hour, 16th of December. I'd say we're a tad bit above normal for this time of year. And I know a lot of folks had an opportunity to get out and enjoy some late fall outdoor activities with light jacket weather. I saw Big Ed took advantage. He got out there on his two-wheeler over the... Is that a two or a three-wheeler, Ed? Are you a cheater? There you go. So I think he had 69 degrees. I'm guessing that was Saturday afternoon there in Oklahoma. How about that? So what do we have going on? It's the tale of two coastal areas. The heart of the country is very quiet tonight as far as any active precipitation. But we've got a lot of fog concerns. Yeah, fog advisories extending from the Great Lakes down into parts of the Mississippi Valley, Iowa, much of Wisconsin, northern portions of Illinois, central and eastern, right through the heart of northern Indiana, portions of Ohio. Dense fog advisories extending down into central and northeast Arkansas, western Tennessee. Saw Jerry in Kokomo, Indiana, chimed in a moment ago that the fog is pea soup, near zero visibility. So we're going to have to slow things down on the highways and byways. Meanwhile, we've got a storm system in the northeast. You got a mixed bag, a little bit of everything. Some areas seeing some decent snowfall, enough to prompt winter weather advisories. Other areas, heavy rain tonight. I'm looking at a batch from right about Philadelphia, kind of right between Philadelphia and New York City. Some heavy rains in the mix. A lot of rain from D.C. Down into central and southern portions of Virginia tonight. Some spotty shower activity down into parts of North Carolina, down to the North-South Carolina line. Your transition to snow, you've got spotty snow showers there through central and eastern portions of Pennsylvania. Right now I'm seeing some enhanced snowfall in areas around State College. You may run into some of these snow squalls, as they refer to them, along Interstate 80 from on over south of Scranton, PA, on over again to State College, Lewiston, Altoona, PA. Looks like the dividing line is just south of Harrisburg to Reading, where you transition to rain. And there's actually some of the higher elevations, some ice scenarios unfolding. I believe that's why we've got some winter storm warnings there in northeastern portions of West Virginia. Let's see what we've got. Let's see, a winter storm warning, mixed precipitation. Yeah, some ice accumulations. It's about 1/10 of an inch. Yeah, on the ridge tops, just a light glaze in the valleys. Then you've got snow and sleet mixed in as well. Accumulations less than 1/2 of an inch. All right, we could see some isolated power outages and tree damage over the higher terrain. And obviously travel would be difficult. Yeah, bridges and overpasses Let's move on down to, Garrett, Allegheny counties, Grant, Western Mineral, and Pendleton counties. Got a winter storm warning till 7 a.m. Eastern Monday morning. Heavy mixed precipitation. Total snow and sleet accumulations up to 3 inches. Ice accumulations up to 1/4 of an inch. Some localized ice totals up to 4/10 of an inch along the higher ridges, facies of eastern Garrett, Allegheny, and Mineral counties. Roads especially, bridges and overpasses, slick and hazardous. Yeah, that's going to also continue to impact into the Monday morning commute. And the combination of snow and ice undoubtedly with 4/10 of an inch, that's going to result in some power outages there. Meanwhile, out west, we've had a very active pattern. The ongoing stormy pattern out west will not wane as we roll into a new week, as an early weekend storm shifts across the northern Rockies with drenching rain and mountain snow. Our new storm is brewing offshore, inching closer to the coast as we speak this late Sunday night rolling into Monday morning. Not only did the early weekend storm bring flooding rain to some areas in northern and central California, but some intense thunderstorms early Saturday morning about 6 a.m. California time. A rare tornado warning was issued for San Francisco County and northwestern San Mateo County, noting that a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was nearby. While it is rare for tornadoes to touch down in central California, it's not entirely unheard of. Shortly after the warning was issued, had a wind gust of 83 reported at San Francisco International Airport as that storm rolled across the Bay Area. Ultimately, it was determined to be an EF1 tornado, winds of up to 90 miles per hour there. So our next storm is on the way during the early portions of the new week. Things continue to be stormy across the northwestern states as our next storm currently begins to advance into Washington, Oregon, and northern California. This upcoming storm not quite as strong and impactful as several prior storms, but it could once again bring some localized flooding rain, widespread strong winds in quick succession to the initial round of storms. Folks still cleaning up from any wind damage or starting to restore power to the homes and businesses going to face another round of active weather as we close out the weekend. Looks like this next storm is going to target more of the Pacific Northwest and the northern Intermountain West Sunday night and through the day Monday. Periods of rain and mountain snow, northern California across the Cascades, upwards of 1 foot of snow at the highest elevations. Accumulation snow down to pass levels, according to AccuWeather. The strongest winds will be confined to the mountain peaks in the Cascades, northern portions of the Sierra Range, and the coastal regions into the new day. The timing of this storm's front line is going to line up with the Monday morning commute, causing some ponding on streets and highways, slower travel, obviously. Across the passes, roads can be snow-packed and slippery. And meanwhile, it looks like forecasters continue to warn over the next week, maybe even longer. The train of storms continues, waves of rain and mountain snow, as the overall weather patterns suggest additional storms are going to swirl into the western seaboard. Looks like a break in the busy pattern expected for midweek, but another series of storms ramps up again into this upcoming weekend and early as we head into Christmas week, which that's obviously going to be a big travel time once again as folks head over the hills and through the woods to grandmother's house, right? Ho, ho, ho. Christmas coming our way next week. Round the country. What do you say? Let's get it started at 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's jump right into it on a Back to Work Monday. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. What do you say?
Hey, I say Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. How about that?
Yeah, Steve, I would tell you, I reckon today is the greatest day of the week for me because I ain't going to see y'all no more till next year.
Really?
I'm taking off. Grandkids want to go down to Disney World. Me and Meemaw and JJ going to take them down there to Florida for a little while after Christmas.
Wow.
Yeah, then it's right back to shooting them ducks. And, man, I'm excited. Man. I mean, just dropped my load off and on the way home to the Marina Del Rey. And Steve, I will tell you something, man. I don't know where people got this sudden surge of money all of a sudden, but I'm going to tell you what, people are spending money like it's going out of style, buddy.
Really?
That plastic is flowing everywhere. I was over at the stockyards at Oklahoma City and had to go eat at my favorite eating joint over there. And they say that's going to be about an hour wait. There's this one waiter that he's been waiting on me for like 25 years over there. He happened to walk by and he says, "Follow me." I followed him back there and he put me back there in the corner and he said, "You'll be just fine right here." I said, "Okay."
How about that?
How about that, man? What you know is who you know, right?
That's right.
So,
little VIP VIP service there, Gouger.
Yeah, a little VIP service there. It had a great meal there, you know, and they was all dressed up in Christmas, you know, and had the place decorated, really playing Christmas music and Oh, it was just a hell of a good time up in there. I went across the street over there to the cowboy store. I had some things I had to get for the little ones to finish up. And that place was packed. I mean, you had to just really just bump into people to get round in there. And left there, and, you know, started at the house and got to see all the pretty little Christmas lights. So that's where I'm headed with this. You know what? I think tonight we ought to make this show about Christmas and how we used to harass Steve Summers. What do you think?
That's fine with me.
And I would tell my favorite Christmas story on Steve Summers. Before I get started, I have got a wish for Christmas.
Okay.
And I hope when I come back next year, them damn limeys is off that news report. You know, lady, that I have a harder time understanding English, must have their accent. I'm hoping that
yes.
there be gold, but we'll get jumped right into it, Steve. We're going way back in time, and old Steve, he was having a Christmas show one night, you know, and I done called him. Different people would call me and say, "Hey, you'll get on show?" I said, "Yeah, I get on show." And you pretty much had a belly full of me that night. You remember what night I'm talking about?
Yes, because I would take a caller, and I don't whoever it might be. It might be Doc Holliday, and then if there's the Carolina Monkey Gouger on the line. Then I get a call from somebody else, and it's like, you know, "Hey, good morning, Lobster." No, it's the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Over and over again.
And then about halfway through it, old John the Monkey and Maverick come up in there. And they've been playing Santa Claus over there at the Tractor Supply. And boy, they rubbed you raw.
Yeah.
And you finally pulled a dynamite on it. And you said, I don't want to hear another damn word tonight with anything that's got monkeys in it. I'm tired of it. I said, "Oh, boy, ain't he in the damn Christmas spirit?" So, Lobster called me. He said, "Hey, you want to really rile him up?" I said, "Yeah, let's get him going." So, Lobster called you, and he was talking to you, going back and forth, and he said, "You said something about monkeys," and old Lobster said, Hey, monkeys. Matter of fact, I got one on the telephone." I said, "Man, Christmas, Steve Summers." He said, I give.
Uncle.
Oh, man, I'll tell you something, Steve. I will never forget that night, 'cause, boy, we had you going, man. But it turned out it was a Merry Christmas. We still get a good laugh after 18, 19 years, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But any big plans for Christmas for you?
Nothing out of the ordinary, I guess. Not per se. Huh?
Man, I tell you, Steve, last night, coming across 40, they had all the houses decorated. I mean, I've seen people really, really getting into Christmas this year. It made me I love this part of the year. I'm a big old kid. I got them 3 little ones right there at the house. And, you know, they've been coming over. And the other night, Boone decides he gonna have Christmas, so we go in there and wrapped about 3 or 4 presents. Had me all upset, but hey, that's part of being a boy and being at Christmas, right?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, everybody that I've had said Merry Christmas to, and I've said it a bunch this year, has replied to me, "You have a Merry Christmas too."
Yeah.
That means a lot.
Yep.
Because, you know, sometimes they say, "Well, happy holidays." You know, it's Christmas time. We're celebrating the reason, you know, the birth of Christ. And, I mean, it just seems like since this election that everybody is just at ease. You know what I'm saying? It just seems like this country all of a sudden overnight just, okay, we're ready to move on. We're ready to get things going, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you've seen it yet or not. You know, Trump won another big court decision over the weekend. George Stephanopoulos, ABC, got to pay him $17 million.
Yes, they're apologizing. Yes, sir.
So anyway, Steve, we right here at the Marina Del Rey finna pull in. I want to tell everybody out there, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, drive safe, and for those of you that might have to work over the Christmas days, just want you to know we be thinking about y'all, and we can't appreciate the American truck driver enough. And with that, Steve, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Well, Monkey Gouger, safe travels. I've never been to Disney World, so I hope you have a good time there with the grandkids. Yeah, 60 years old, never been to the House of the Mouse. But take some extra spending cash, because my understanding is it ain't cheap, right? And have a Merry Christmas, and I guess we'll talk to you sometime in the new year, unless he's up late one night enjoying some Skullbusters and decides to chime in and say hello. There you go. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hit news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. The director of the World Food Programme says the Gaza Strip is at serious risk of famine. Cindy McCain told CBS's Face the Nation that her organisation's aid deliveries slowed to a trickle in the month of November.
WFP has been able to get 2 trucks in. That's all. 2 trucks in the month of November.
She says in addition to getting aid in, humanitarian workers need to be able to distribute aid once inside the Strip without fear of being targeted in attacks. McCain called for a ceasefire and said the international community has to do more to deliver aid to starving Palestinians. Close to 45,000 Gazans have been killed so far in Israel's war against the militant group Hamas. Another longtime Trump ally is being picked for a position in the upcoming administration. Scott Carr has more from Washington.
On Saturday, President-elect Trump announced Richard Grenell would be his envoy for special missions, saying on his social media platform that Grenell will, quote, continue to fight for peace through strength and always put America first. Grenell had been Trump's acting director of national intelligence and former ambassador to Germany during his first 4 years in the White House. Reports say Grenell had been considered for the post of Secretary of State in the Trump cabinet, but lost out to Florida Senator Marco Rubio. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is recovering from successful hip replacement surgery in Germany. The California Senator Adam Schiff said he'd spoken to family members about her condition.
I communicated with her daughter, Christine, and I understand that she's recovering from the surgery well, so our thoughts are going out to her. She's an amazing person, and as strong and as tough as she is, I know she'll be back on her feet soon.
Pelosi's office says she underwent the surgery after getting injured during a trip to Luxembourg last week. The 84-year-old former House Speaker was medevaced to Germany's Landstuhl Regional Medical Center for the operation. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says Americans shouldn't be concerned about a recent surge in drone sightings across the country. Mayorkas told ABC's This Week that rules have recently been changed, allowing drones to fly at night, which could be a reason why people are spotting them more often. He added that the Department of Homeland Security doesn't know of any foreign involvement in recent drone sightings, but it will keep Americans informed about any potential risks. Despite this, Mayorkas said federal and state authorities would benefit from more legal authority to combat problematic drone activity. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, we'll say hello to some of our folks checking in via Facebook as usual as we get the new week started. Hope you had a good weekend. Of course, we've got to get the official word as to what day it is. First, I've got to get to the two-time world champion bull hauler right on the heels of the two-time world champion manure hauler. Good morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. Yeah, that's right. When I heard Gouger call in and say he was done for the year, I'll be done Thursday for the year, but I just thought it'd be appropriate to follow him up, you know, and bookend your show here, and then we can just hang up and call it a night. You know, you got the two best calls in. So,
okay.
Anyway, it was a good weekend. I just brought some Coriani steers up from Mexico up here to Holton, Kansas. They're gonna get sold out for purposes of roping, little small ones, and then when they get a little bit bigger, they'll use them for steer wrestling in the rodeo and then team roping there, and then at some point they'll get shipped back down to Mexico and put on a feedlot down there. So. Just got that done. Hey, I wanted to comment. Gouger was talking about how he's seeing all this money flowing, and I've been seeing that all year, and that's why, you know, end of the summer, first the fall, I was kind of skeptical about President Trump winning re-election, because it looked to me like, you know, they talk about a bad economy, but it looked to me like people were spending plenty of money all year long there. You know, I could be wrong, but I'd go by mall parking lots and movie houses and that, and be plenty of cars in there. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know how bad it really is or it really isn't. You know, I just go on what I see. It's kind of like during COVID, kept hearing all these doom and gloom stories, and everybody's dying and everything like that, but I was driving all around the country and it looked completely different than what they were reporting on the news. So I don't think myself that prices are going to drop too far if they do go down. You know, I think things like this are used to get the public used to it, because, you know, when a loaf of bread was say $2 and then it goes up to $7, all you got to do is drop it back down to about $4.50, and everybody thinks that they got a great deal going on, you know?
Right.
So we'll see what happens there. But, yeah, I'll echo Gouger's sentiments too and wish everybody a Merry Christmas. I'll probably check in and then you said probably what will happen when I'm off. I'll probably be up in the middle of the night and call in to just see how things are going.
That would be good. Yeah, you know, I'm slated to be in like Monday and Tuesday of next week, and then Monday and Tuesday the following. And I'm thinking it may get pretty darn lonely in here, because everybody's going to be off till the end of the year.
Yeah, and you know, it's too bad you won't be on Christmas Eve, because I'd be up to talk to you, because I wait up every year for Santa Claus to come, and I never have figured out why he bypasses my house every year, but the years I do go to sleep, then we wake up and there's presents there, you know, so, but I wait up for him, and my grandkids get mad at me because they think he's not going to come, but ultimately, when I do go to bed, he shows up. So that to me tells me that something's going on, that he's real. And we always go on that NORAD track, that Santa tracker anyway. So I know when he's getting close enough to Missouri, and then I can run down there and wait for him. But I ain't never seen him yet.
Nor have I. I have not. The mystery.
But he's obviously there. Well, you know, you can go on that computer program, that NORAD Santa tracker every year, and they wouldn't be putting the money into that if he didn't, if he wasn't real. So
yeah.
If you go on that, you can see like when he's leaving Buenos Aires or Argentina, and then when he's in New York City or something like that. When he gets close, you know, if we've got grandkids over, that's when I tell them they need to go to bed and all that. But the only time I ever remember, the funniest thing I ever remember in my life is when my brother and I were small, and we'd went to bed, and we were in a hotel over the holidays. My parents traveled, and we could hear Dad was making a big deal like Santa was showing up. My brother was in bed with me, and he was all excited about it, and the old man was out there just farting up a storm in my brother's eyes that were as big as saucers. He didn't think Santa Claus ever farted or anything like that. I'll just never forget that. I still laugh about it to this day.
Wow.
And that. But anyway, but everybody have a Merry Christmas and be careful. And like Gouger said, for those of you that are working over the holiday, we'll have a few skull busters for you in that. And I've been really fortunate here with Parks Livestock. I haven't ever had to work at Christmas in years and years and years. It's been nice, and I usually kept what the rest of my vacation days were used, and I'll be off. Like I said, I'll probably get home either Thursday or Friday, and then I'll be off until the 3rd or 4th of January. So
great.
But it's been a great year listening to your show, Steve. And if we don't talk to you before then, you have a Merry Christmas, you and the family and everybody else. And it's been a great year. And 2025 is going to be an even better year, especially after January 20th. So.
There you go. All right. Thank you much, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Rolling at a high rate of speed. You know, matter of fact, when they fire up the Santa Claus tracker at NORAD, and they're on Christmas Eve, I kind of wonder what else they might be tracking this year, because I don't care where you turn, everything, every media outlet, every headline, emails I'm receiving, it's all drones. What the hell's going on with the drones around the country? We'll have to share some of the latest on that. Morning, Captain Ron.
It's the greatest day of the week. Now, them first two callers don't even count for being calling into the show, so we can't really say that they were the greatest calls of the night. They didn't even wait for the show to start. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, you're right.
So Monkey Gouger can have that Disney World. It's a good time, but all those people, man, you're not missing out as far as I'm concerned. They've gone sky high with all the prices, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Universal and Busch Gardens and all of them kind of stay about the same price. But I don't know. I guess it's worth it if you got little ones to take. But man, all those people, nobody seems to speak English. When you go there, you don't know what you're listening to. But yeah, I watched a little football. I thought that Army game was going to be a little closer than it was. I was pulling for the Navy because I'm a Marine, and the Marine is a department of the Navy, but we're the men's department.
Right.
So I was pulling for the Navy anyway.
Okay.
That would be for 5-7 if he happened to listen.
I didn't get to see the actual game, but I mean, it sounds like the outcome was Navy pretty much manhandled the Army.
Yeah, it was 31-13, I think, was
Yes.
the final score.
Yep.
A lot of people aren't real happy with Biden not showing. He never did go to that game. You know, all the other presidents go to that game. Trump's been to it 4 times already, from what I was reading. I guess that's kind of a tradition for the presidents to go to that game.
Right.
So I don't think a lot of people are happy with Biden. But nobody's really happy for him anyway. At least I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot other than made it official to get this week started. I'll be out here with you Sunday and Monday nights. I've got to work Thursday nights of those weeks. I'm trying to get off to go to that bowl game still, so I might not be here. I might just have to work Sunday night and Thursday night for the New Year's week.
Okay.
But we'll see what happens. But I'll be out here listening anyway. I don't know what I can call. Maybe we can have some sing-alongs or something with old Knuckle Buster. May end up resorting to that.
And we'll have to find some way to pass the time, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I don't have anything else. I appreciate you taking my call, Mo.
Well, as
talk
always,
to you later.
Thank you for making it official here on the greatest day of the week, right? Cap and Ron in the house. All right, speaking of college football, we only had really, I guess, the 2 picks, and I'm not sure, what was the final with South Dakota over the weekend there, Chad? Yeah, we'll talk to the prognosticator of prognosticators coming up right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, indeed, that would be the number to dial us up as we get the new week underway. The countdown to Christmas. Morning, Big Ed.
Morning. Have I got a mouthful for you? But before I get started on the most important thing, and that's football. That's why it's the most important day of the week, because we can prognosticate about the previous games and start prognosticating about the upcoming games. But we'll hold that for a little bit. I got to tell you, Monkey Gouger jogged a lot of memory when he was talking about Christmas past on your programming. I keep waiting for that phone call from our good friend Stormy.
Yeah.
Remember, we would call in and do 12 days of Christmas, or 12 days of Christmas.
Yes, indeed.
And, I mean, she was a better singer than I was, because I couldn't carry no damn tune. But I enjoyed listening to her and her raspy voice, and it was always an enjoyable experience. And then I've had good experiences with our good friend Doc Holliday, and no, gosh darn it, John the Monkey's
Maverick.
Who is that?
Maverick.
Maverick. I'm sorry, Maverick. I'm scared I'm getting Alzheimer's. You know, over the deal with Hammer and
Jax.
And Mr. Jack.
Yeah.
Really, I think we really burnt the lines up for 3 months of running over that one. And then the one that really jogs my mind, me and old Monkey Gouger, we were kind of going back and forth about military experience, which, you know, it was something him and I was cooking up, and everybody thought we was mad at each other. Him had been in the, I don't know if Monkey Gouger, you'd have to correct me if he was in the military full time at one time or if he wasn't. But the argument was, you know, I spent time in the National Guard, and he was talking about being in the rear with the gear. You know, the National Guardsmen be, you know, considered patriots, if you will, or veterans, and that got a big argument going, and then somehow or another it got to Russia was doing some stupid things back then, and I know one night I was on the side of the interstate on an exit ramp out there between Lovelock, Nevada, and Reno, and trying to cool Monkey Gouger down because he was hot. And I know it's going to, if he's listening, this is really going to jar his memory. No, boy, and he was being serious when he called in, referring to Monkey Gouger and myself as being Russian bootlickers. And boy, Monkey Gouger, you remember that?
Yes.
Monkey Gouger was being serious. He was wanting to look somebody up and whoop their ass, and he was being serious to a heart attack. He took that personal. And, you know, and it's like I told him, I said, hey, at least we drawed somebody out, and, you know, we were having a good heated conversation over it. But he took that personal, because Monkey Gouger's a true patriot. And, you know, and I don't know if it's from the military or because he's a professional road driver. He takes his patriotism very serious, and I would never question his patriotism, no matter if we didn't see eye to eye in politics or not. But so we, you know, with Monkey Gouger, I've gotten beat up several times, and that's always been my philosophy. And I've told Monkey Gouger, do not attack the individual. Attack the subject. Argue the subject.
Right.
That's the way it should be. Or, you know, just argue your subject. Bring out your points, your positive points, your negative points. But, you know, I don't know Captain Ron from Adam. I've never met him. But I don't have a right to call in here and bash him as a person or as an individual. And I try not to do that. But I will attack your point or your opinion if I disagree with it. And it's nothing personal. With that, but yeah, I remember those Christmas shows of us singing and you letting us do that. And I think we did it for like 6-7 years running the 12.
And we had several years where we would do the pre-recorded Christmas show, and that was back in the time when Stephen was over in Afghanistan, and I had all the all the callers call in and give their Christmas greetings to military personnel and all that, and you and Glenda had left a message, and Brooklyn and Stormy. I used that same show several times over the years, and it's like, well, they're no longer with us. And then Brooklyn's no longer with us. And Glenda's not here anymore. It's like, wow, you know?
Yeah, and Bullwinkle, he's gone.
Yeah.
Man, I could sit here and go through a list of them. Stormy, one of these days we'll flip that switch. But until then, I'm going to keep trying to live. Everybody's talking about being off or getting home, where I'm looking forward. I'm planning on being back out on that road come the middle of March. I got my CDL this weekend, 8 years. The goal now is to stay healthy enough that the government don't come in and yank it. I'll be 74 by the time this one expires. I was surprised when I went up there to get him, and then she said, "You want 4 year or 8 years?" Well, hell, I want 8 years. I don't want to have to worry about renewing this sucker. So hopefully I'll keep my health enough where I can continue to do what I want to do. And I've stayed home since June per the government's rules and regulations, and now I'm going to be the better for it. And yeah, I did. I got out today, Steve. It was beautiful weather. And that's the first time I've been on my bike since my nephew took it over eastern Oklahoma, and he took it over there, I think it was September, so he could ride it and go see the fall colors. And there's several trails over there in the Ozarks, and then he brought it back Thanksgiving weekend, but I hadn't been on it since before we went on that cruise.
Yeah.
So I got out today and really enjoyed that weather. With that, Steve, do I got time to talk football, or do you need to take a break?
We're getting pretty close to the top of the hour news break, so we'll come back. Army, Navy, South Dakota, and the Incarnate Word, whoever the heck that was. Yeah, we had a couple of picks this weekend. Yeah, it's a moment to, like I said, everywhere you look, drones. Yeah, things, more and more, people thinking things are getting nefarious. Representative Richard McCormick over the weekend said that while he has not received any special briefings on the drones flying over New Jersey and now more and more all over the country, he says the government can't be trusted, that they don't know anything. He was speaking on America Right Now. I'm very suspicious that the White House knows a little more than they're letting on. I have not had any secret briefings on this. I remember when the Chinese, quote, weather balloon was over America for a long time before we actually even knew it was there, and then trying to figure out where it came from. and then trying to figure out how to capture or shoot it down. This administration's been extremely slow in everything they've done when it reacts to those sort of threats, he says. On Friday, the Pentagon spokesman John Kirby spoke to Fox News when asked about the drones. He said the Department of Defense could not corroborate every single sighting. We know people are afraid of it. We know people have concerns, and we have those concerns. But the tight-lipped politicians and those left in the dark about the drones seems to split along federal and local lines, they say. Got many other, and some of this is kind of disturbing what we're finding out, but lots of that we'll cover here this Monday morning.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. Cyclone Chido brought winds of 225 kilometers per hour. Mayotte struggles with poverty and unemployment, and the storm has destroyed homes. The island also has many undocumented migrants, which means the death toll could run into the thousands. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. Yoon was removed by South Korea's parliament on Saturday, Laura Westbrook reports.
The Constitutional Court has up to 6 months to decide whether to uphold the impeachment. Fresh elections must be held within 2 months if Yoon is impeached. The Prime Minister Han Duck-seo is serving as interim leader in Yoon's stead. There is also another investigation into Yoon and his inner circle over potential charges of insurrection over the short-lived martial law. Protests have continued, with demonstrators saying they will keep up the pressure until the Constitutional Court decides Yoon's fate. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. 9 Australians were caught trying to smuggle more than 8 kilos of heroin out of Bali in 2005. 2 of the gang's ringleaders were executed in 2015. 1 member died of cancer in prison, and the only woman in the group had her sentence commuted after spending 13 years in prison. The 5 remaining members arrived in Darwin on Sunday. This followed years of lobbying by Australia on their behalf. They said that they were relieved and happy to be home and that they looked forward to reintegrating back into society. Indian music legend and 4-time Grammy winner Zakir Hussain has died at the age of 73. The musician, famous for playing the Indian percussion instrument, the tabla, passed away at a hospital in San Francisco. Ishan Garg tells us more.
Condolences are pouring in from all over the world after tabla maestro Zakir Hussain's death. Many see Hussain as the man responsible for making the Indian classical music loved globally. His iconic collaborations with artists such as Yo-Yo Ma, Charles Lloyd and Mickey Hart made the Indian tabla reach a global platform. In a statement, his family said Hussain leaves an extraordinary legacy behind. He died of health complications arising out of a heart-related illness. Fans say the global music world has lost an icon, and many say India has lost a cultural ambassador who bridged the gap between Indian classical music and jazz globally. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at China's decision to launch a monopoly investigation into Nvidia, the American technology company and chip manufacturer that has seen its share price grow 2,300% over the last 5 years. Beijing is accusing the company of violating pledges that it made when it acquired an Israeli company, Mellanox Technologies. It promised to supply China with equipment on fair, reasonable and non-discriminatory terms, an agreement that Nvidia denies breaking. But there are bigger issues at play, according to Bob McMahon of America's Council on Foreign Relations.
China announcing this is a warning shot to say it can do things like this if the U.S. continues to try to ratchet up its controls on China. Specifically, the case that seems to have aroused China is one that they had preliminarily approved about 4 years ago, which was the acquisition of a company called Mellanox Technologies. China's now come back and said, actually, there are things involved in this acquisition that smack of monopoly. And so with any company the size of NVIDIA is going to potentially face this. But this one seemed to be clearly a Chinese move to retaliate and just try to say, look, how much longer do you want to play this? We have things we can do. And this is another step.
Nvidia has enjoyed a 90% share in China's artificial intelligence chip market, but is facing increased competition from Chinese manufacturers, including Huawei. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bunden reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We are rolling into a Monday. Close out the weekend, time zone to time zone. Turn the page on the calendar. 16th day of December. Yeah, we're less than 10 days to Christmas. All right, welcome back, Big Ed. Are you with me?
I'm with you. Steve, I want to use this Army-Navy game to throw in a political point. What would have been a better way for the liberal left, President Biden, Vice President Harris, y'all talk a lot of bull crap. You blow a lot of hot air. How you want the American people to put their political differences aside and come together as one, and let's fix what's ailing this country. What has been a better way than to have President-elect Trump, President-elect Vance meeting President Biden and President Harris at the 50-yard line?
Yeah.
When these patriotic soldiers called the coin toss and shook hands and let's go for a better America. Who in the heck is the public relations with the White House? You blew an opportunity. Do you know what that would have done for the psyche of the American people? I think it would have been mind blowing from my perspective. What do you think?
Yeah, likely, but I think they would be fearful that Biden and Kamala would have got a bunch of boos when they're walking out on the field and big cheers for Trump.
Well, sure. I don't know. I don't know. You know, the people that attend the Army-Navy game, they're a lot. They're patriotic people. They're a lot of retired military, a lot of military people that filled that stadium. Army people, Navy people. I don't know that they would have got a lot of boos.
Okay.
I really don't. I just, I know any regular game where it's just people like me and you and a lot of the callers you'd probably get several rounds of boos. But at that game, I just don't, I wouldn't have seen that happen. I just would not have seen that happen because it is a good game. And unfortunately, my Army boys went AWOL. They did not show up for the game.
Right.
So somebody find Army and let's see if we can jar them and get them back into the reality of things. Because, and that's another thing with what's going on with Marshall. They're not even fielding the team at the bowl game down there. They're playing at the Liberty Bowl down there in Shreveport. Their team is not going.
Really?
So the Liberty, yes, they're not going to be there. They've opted out.
Wow.
And how shameful is that?
I didn't hear that.
Yes.
When we were talking we talked about the portal last week, and I remember there was one, I can't remember his name, one of the better Ohio State players that went into the portal, but he said their goal has been to win the championship, and he's going to continue to play here as they roll into the playoffs, looking to win the championship.
Yes. And that's a team player. He'd got the team because he might not be a starter. I was reading about him, the quarterback. He might not be a starter, but he could be a backup. Mm-hmm. He might be too deep on the charts, you know. You never know what's going to happen. And what's a shame about the Marshall situation, they just feel like they can't field a team to be competitive against the Army there in the Liberty Bowl. So now they're bringing in Louisiana State. And I can guarantee you all the Army guys are going to be there. I can guarantee you all the Navy guys are going to be at this bowl there in Fort Worth that Oklahoma plays. There's not going to be no holdouts. So when these bowl committees start from now on, if they're going to continue down this road, let's show some respect to Army and Navy and give them a bigger, higher tier bowl to participate on in New Year's Eve. I'd much rather see Army and Navy playing New Year's Eve and say like the Tangerine Bowl or the Orange Bowl or something if it's not affecting, the college playoffs.
Right.
Because they deserve it. They're going to be there. But these other schools, okay, it's just like Oklahoma, Jackson Arnold, or whatever his name is. Come on, you couldn't have waited till after the first of the year to transfer? I don't think, and to my understanding, he'd go into Auburn. Nothing's going to happen between now and the end of the college playoffs or the bowl season. Nothing's going to happen that these kids cannot fulfill their commitments to these schools. You're cheating your fan base.
Yeah.
And if the bowl people, because it brings revenue into these various cities, such as down there at Orlando, if you guys aren't going to step up and call them to task, you might as well hang up these bowl games because they're meaningless and they're not worth watching. And they're not worth, in my opinion, to talk about. Now, out of respect for Navy, if I wasn't busy, but I've got too many things going, I would go down there and support Navy. I wouldn't be going down there to support Oklahoma. And I'm a big OU fan, Steve, because I don't agree with this portal crap. I would go down there and support Navy, but on the Navy colors. But to hell with Oklahoma. If you guys can't help get this thing taken care of and get it stopped, then you're running college football the way I see it. I know there's people out there that don't agree with that, but hey, I'm sorry. That right there, that Marshall thing spells it out. If it hadn't been for our good friend Chad, South Dakota State Jackrabbits, I'd have been batting 0.
Uh-oh.
And they pulled out the win. Yeah, thanks to them, I went 50-50. I lost Army and I won the South Dakota State pick. One of their schools that they're in their playoffs and their division level. One of their schools that just lost to like South Dakota State or North Dakota State, one of them schools that just lost a game and they're out of their playoff, they would be a fine school to send down there to the Liberty Bowl. I mean, during the season, they play these bigger tiered schools. That would be, and all their players, they ain't opting out for the portal because I guess they're satisfied with the way things go, and I don't see their team members jumping ship. So, but anyway, that's what happened this weekend. Army went AWOL, and unfortunately, I lost that. I'd have been batting 100, but that's all right. Out of respect for our military, I picked that game. It was worth talking about. Now, next week, December the 20th, 21st, and I'm thinking Clemson and Texas plays Friday. So, with that game, that's the one that me and Monkey Judge picked, and he's picking based on his emotions. And I'm picking based on what I'm seeing on the depth chart, what I'm seeing on the probability of them being at Texas, playing in Texas, and who's bringing the stronger team into the play. And that's why I'm going to Texas. Where Monkey Gouger, he'd gone based off his emotions of his love for Clemson. Now, we do have that established. But the rest of the games, you got Tennessee, Ohio State, and I'm bouncing back and forth there. I ain't decided yet. Part of me wants to go Ohio State, and then I want to go Tennessee, but I just have not decided. I'm still studying on it. Same thing with SMU and Penn State. I'm bouncing back and forth. The only one I'm really not bouncing back and forth based on the criteria of what I'm studying is Indiana and Notre Dame. And I'm really leaning heavy towards Notre Dame, but I ain't quite made up my mind yet. So I believe you're going to be on all week this week, correct?
Yes, sir. We'll be here right through Friday morning. Yep.
So I will be calling you Thursday night with my picks. And then next week, you'll come back on Sunday night, Monday morning, correct?
And Monday night, Tuesday morning. Yep.
So when will I have to have my quarterfinals?
That'd be that Monday night, Tuesday morning, because then Wednesday morning that's Christmas Day.
Yeah, that's going to be a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve. Well, that's the prognosticator of prognosticators. Hey, listen to me. I think my record right now, because of the win, is I'm going to do my book. Got to get my study sheets out of here. I am 60-26. Not bad numbers.
Not bad
for the
numbers.
Prognosticator.
Yes, indeed.
Steve, we love your show. Thank you, sir, and we'll talk to you this weekend.
All right. Thank you much, Big Ed, prognosticator of prognosticators. Are you with me? All right, saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. We hadn't even really had a chance to say hi, but we'll get back to the calls here real quick first. The midnight hour, yeah, we're about an hour past that. And we've got the Hot Shot Secret Bunker up and running. I have risen the FR3 antenna. The Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. And hammer down, rolling into a Monday, 48 degrees on the cruiser dash cam. How does that old song go? Old Ukraine had some nukes. E-I-E-I-O. Here a nuke, there a nuke, everywhere a nuke, nuke. Oh, where could my nuclear bomb be? Oh, where did it go? I spy with my little eye something round, something long, something that has the capability of causing human spontaneous combustion. We shall try to explain what he's referencing, because I know what he's talking about. Meanwhile, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, crank up the volume. Whatever your listening devices, the Overnight Drive are reaching you, broadcasting to you live from the Hidden Secret Bunker. Into the cosmos and beyond. Are you with me? All right, it's that time again, Philly Dan. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Another day, another drone sighting. Yes, absolutely crazy. Let's go Eagles. With another W this past day for those Eagles. Good afternoon. Hammer down, 36 degrees at the New Jersey-New York state line. Larry is on his way to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Good morning from Kokomo, Jerry. Sarah Spencer and I just settled in for another great Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret. Visibility near zero here in Kokomo. Be careful out there. Yeah, tell them you love them every chance you get, because tomorrow is not promised. Yeah, rest in peace to the police officer killed in Punta Gorda this past day. I had not caught that story yet. I'll see if I can dig up more. Wow, in the line of duty, I'm guessing. Hello to Gary. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday to you and all the overnight crew. Mary Ann is in the house. Who else on board? Robert Duck from beautiful downtown LaPorte, Indiana. Home of the 10-year-old Pop Warner Super Bowl champions. Yes, the kids did it. And I'm still waiting for the big truck to be finished. All right, good morning to Kevin. Hello to the overnight crew. There's Zorro checking in, ready to roll into a Monday. Mark is on board, speaking of the holidays. TCGO, that's the Truckers Christmas Group.org. Should be calling in tonight. Well, that's a good place for me to pick up. Jamie's on board. Hi there. Merry Christmas.
Hi. Merry Christmas to you as well, Steve.
So how we doing? Another holiday season is upon us, and I guess you wanted to chime in about the Truckers Christmas Group, correct?
Yes, sir, I do. We started seeking nominations on October 1st, and the deadline date is the 17th, which is just a day away. Let's see here. I want to touch base with what we have in the store. We've got a wide variety of supplies for the professional driver, such as the Air Dog. That's a heavy-duty diesel fuel system. The RHSB strap winder. The Flow Below, it's a aerodynamic fuel-saving product that has for all makes of semi-trucks. Brake Safe, which is a visual indicator of brake stroke travel that enables to determine whether your brakes are in or out of adjustment. And we also had a wide variety of Road Pro products for the truck as well.
Well, for those who may not be familiar, tell us a little bit about the Truckers Christmas Group. How'd you get started? I know you guys been around like, 15 years, something like that?
Yes, Steve. They began in 2008 by truckers who wanted to help the truckers and the families that have fallen behind on hard times have a better Christmas. We work year-round. We get sponsors. We work on donations. Our sponsors have been really helpful by helping us get supplies to stock up our store with.
Mm-hmm.
And then, let's see, everybody that's involved with TCGO is a volunteer. We receive no remuneration for our work. All monies that are raised goes towards the families and minimal operating expenditures. To date, we have raised $172,000 and helped 273 trucking families over the last 15 years. And we want to help even more this year. Applicants must be truck drivers to qualify for assistance and must also have a PayPal account. We will be dispersing the funds on December the 19th, which is just days away.
Yes.
To qualifying families just in time for Christmas. And if you're also interested in nominating a family, donate, shop at our store, even volunteer. We're seeking for good volunteers. You can go to our website at truckerschristmasgroup.org to nominate a family, to donate, shop, or to volunteer. And the phone number to call is area code 802-455-8246.
So if I go to truckerschristmasgroup.org and then I click on shop, so you've got several pages of merchandise. You mentioned some of the items there. If I purchase one of those items, the money you receive from that purchase then goes into the till to help sponsor or assist a trucker's family in need for Christmas. Is that how it works?
Yes, sir. That's the way that it's set up. And we're also a 501c3 nonprofit charitable organization. And the Road Pro products, we have a lot of Road Pro products for the truck. Like, appliances, etc.
Sure. Okay. And most, I guess, all these items you've got in the shop are donated from other sources to help assist in raising funds.
Yes, sir. We have some sponsors that has been really awesome at, helping us, stock the store.
Excellent. Well, we've been speaking to you guys for several years now. How's Captain Kirk been? Haven't heard from him in a while.
I haven't heard from him as well either. It's been a few months, but I'll check up on him and give you an update.
Okay, very good. All right, so time is of the essence. We're already entering the 16th of December. So if you have a family you're saying that if someone would like to nominate a family in need, they need to get that turned in by Tuesday. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And everyone else out there,
and then we disperse
the funds on the 19th.
Everybody, right? Disperse the funds on the 19th.
So everybody go to the truckerschristmasgroup.org, click on shop. There's a lot of useful stuff there. And all right, Jamie, thank you for checking in here. I'll share some more information here. I pulled up your home page here, truckerschristmasgroup.org, and hopefully get you some additional funds raised here in the final few days.
That would be awesome, Steve. We appreciate it.
All righty. Well, thanks so much for what you guys do. Yes, it's 16 years, actually. Okay. They've got a photograph right there on the front page. TruckersChristmasGroup.org. Truckers helping truckers, families that are in need here at Christmas time. All right, it's the 24 season. Started in 2008, truckers who wanted to help truckers and their families that had fallen on bad times to have a better Christmas. The core group of founders and many long-term volunteers, all involved in this venture, want this to be the best year yet. Everybody involved in the group is a volunteer, no remuneration, as she mentioned, for the work they do, and all monies raised go toward the families, minimal operating expenditures. Thanks to the support from those out there, the Christmas group has raised $172,000 and helped 273 trucking families in need over the last 15 years. The Truckers Christmas Group Christmas store, where you can shop for all sorts of deals that have been donated by sponsors. All proceeds raised in the store go to the Christmas Fund. As she mentioned, they started accepting nominations for trucking families in need back on October 1st and December 17th. That's tomorrow, Tuesday, is kind of the deadline. Applicants must be truck drivers to qualify for assistance and got to have the PayPal account. Funds going to be distributed later this week, December 19, to those qualifying families just in time for Christmas. TruckersChristmasGroup.org.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. The director of the World Food Programme says the Gaza Strip is at serious risk of famine. Cindy McCain told CBS's Face the Nation that her organization's aid deliveries slowed to a trickle in the month of November.
WFP has been able to get 2 trucks in. That's all. 2 trucks in the month of November.
She says in addition to getting aid in, humanitarian workers need to be able to distribute aid once inside the Strip without fear of being targeted in attacks. McCain called for a ceasefire and said the international community has to do more to deliver aid to starving Palestinians. Close to 45,000 Gazans have been killed so far in Israel's war against the militant group Hamas. Another longtime Trump ally is being picked for a position in the upcoming administration. Scott Carr has more from Washington.
On Saturday, President-elect Trump announced Richard Grenell would be his envoy for special missions, saying on his social media platform that Grenell will, quote, continue to fight for peace through strength and always put America first. Grenell had been Trump's acting director of national intelligence and former ambassador to Germany during his first 4 years in the White House. Reports say Grenell had been considered for the post of Secretary of State in the Trump cabinet, but lost out to Florida Senator Marco Rubio. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is recovering from successful hip replacement surgery in Germany. The California Senator Adam Schiff said he'd spoken to family members about her condition.
I communicated with her daughter, Christine, and I understand that she's recovering from the surgery well, so our thoughts are going out to her. She's an amazing person, and as strong and as tough as she is, I know she'll be back on her feet soon.
Pelosi's office says she underwent the surgery after getting injured during a trip to Luxembourg last week. The 84-year-old former House Speaker was medevaced to Germany's Landstuhl Regional Medical Center for the operation. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says Americans shouldn't be concerned about a recent surge in drone sightings across the country. Mayorkas told ABC's This Week that rules have recently been changed, allowing drones to fly at night, which could be a reason why people are spotting them more often. He added that the Department of Homeland Security doesn't know of any foreign involvement in recent drone sightings, but it will keep Americans informed about any potential risks. Despite this, Mayorkas said federal and state authorities would benefit from more legal authority to combat problematic drone activity. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, roll on into a Monday, greatest day of the week. We are off and rolling. As we spoke to the two-time world champion bull hauler there in hour number one. Checking in via Facebook, 43 degrees under a pretty full-looking moon tonight, Holton, Kansas. Just now landed my powerful chrome-plated cow truck on the chute. Fixing to load 110 Corient steers from Eagle Pass, Texas. These are going to be leased out for calf roping, then used for steel wrestling when they get big enough, and then finished out as team roping steers. By summer's end, they'll be headed back to the border, sent back home to Mexico into a feedlot. Anyway, we're fixing to hit the rack. Have a great show. Shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Holton Livestock Market. Very good. Now, Senor Heatwave, good morning, y'all. Checking in from the Hacienda in New Mexico. We'll be on the road tomorrow night. We had a very long weekend, and it figures to be a long week coming up here, so stay safe, stay warm out there. All right, we'll look forward to getting the update from Senor Heatwave on our Tuesday morning show. Hello to Daniel. Good morning from Sumner, Washington. We're in the mid-40s tonight. Weather ain't too bad. All right, we'll take that. Hello to Cookie. Cookie here for a little bit this morning. I've got a question. How would someone send a letter to Tom Homan, otherwise known as our border czar? You know, that's a good question there, Cookie. At this point in time, I'm not sure. Once the new administration gets all settled in, you'll have the website with all the different departments. I might can do a little Google search, see what we can come up with. She says, I'm asking one of the smartest audiences around. Well, you're giving a lot of credit there, Cookie. Well, good to have you on board. Buckeye Boy, what you got going on? Ackworth, Georgia, 44 degrees. Rained off and on all day and night Saturday. Misty rain the past day. Had several of the grandkids Saturday, most of the day Sunday. Played games, decorated Christmas cookies, had a great time. Got to take the dogs to the vet today. Get him checked out. The male's having trouble with his back hips. Female has some lumps on her that need to be looked at. They're like 13 and 11 years old, respectively. So I'm hoping it's something that can be dealt with. Got to unload a piece on one of my drivers brought back from Florida. They'll see if that shipper has a last-minute load that needs to go out. If they don't, I'll be on a local project. It'll take a few days, and I'll do that until it gets done, which should be the end of next week if all goes well. So the POS that is in the Oval Office has pardoned, commuted the sentence of, or rescinded the sentences or crimes of over 8,000 criminals so far, including his son. In addition, they've expedited trillions of dollars in grants to left-wing programs, pushing for the confirmation of as many radical left-wing federal judges, and selling off sections of the border wall that he told them to stop building, and we paid for at ludicrous prices. All of this to hamper and block the ability of the incoming President-elect Trump and his administration to get this country straightened out. All this being done with very little, or in some cases, no media coverage. I guarantee this senile disgrace for a president has no clue, and members of his administration are simply telling him to sign documents that he has no idea what's in them to hide what evil things they're doing. We gotta put an end to it. Call your Democrat senators and congressional representatives. Tell them to put a stop to these traitorous acts, or there'll be more consequences in the next election. Spread the word. Most of this info via Mark Levin, Life, Liberty, and Levin. There's the headline of the irony of looking to sell off pieces of the border wall that they stopped building right at the onset of the Biden administration. I don't know if there's any interest in anyone out there to purchase this stuff. Texas was saying they're going to buy it and give it to the administration so they can resume building the blasted wall. But it's a sick, crazy world we live in. Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. There's Dennis. Good to have you on board. As Jesus said, do not be deceived. All we can do is hope. All right, several others chiming in. Hillbilly Tex, there he is. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell, exit 81 off the big I-75 this Monday morning. Roki on board. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Dayton, Ohio, closed its airspace for 4 hours late Friday night due to drones. In the release, Air Traffic, the tower used the term sterilize the area, whatever that means. And this drone stuff, and that's this military bases over and over again. They actually had to shut down one of our New York airports over the weekend. New York's governor said this is out of hand. This has to stop. What the hell is going on? Now, this is even more concerning. I forwarded this to Pappy this past day with the headline, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, dude. What the heck's going on? In New Jersey, Mayor Michael Mellom ordering first responders to wear hazmat suits and call the bomb squad should one of the mysterious drones drop from the New Jersey sky. Now, we're going back, obviously, to the week before Thanksgiving when the first reports came in from New Jersey counties, several counties, reporting these mysterious large drones hovering in the night. Mayor Mellum of Belleville, New Jersey, shared his instructions during a segment of Fox News Faulkner Focus this past Friday. Now, he said the Office of Emergency Management had briefed him just prior to his interview with Harris Faulkner, stating, quote, "We now have guidance coming from the state, and the guidance does say two different things. First of all, if there is a downed drone in our vicinity, we are immediately to call the bomb squad of our county. Secondly, our fire department has been instructed to make sure they wear hazmat suits." Now, Faulkner asked him if a fallen drone would be treated as an attack on the homeland, to which he responded, "That is correct, because they're not quite sure if there's a payload or not. And that's what we were told during our briefing Wednesday." Referring to what was described as an unprecedented briefing that 200 state mayors attended last week. Now, he said he has seen the drones himself, discussing several other issues with Faulkner, including the federal government's lack of response. We're being told that people in New Jersey must be crazy, that they're only seeing small aircraft, and that's just not the case. If you're on the ground in New Jersey, my residents are concerned, and they're quite alarmed because they have no idea what's hovering over their houses. Said he was advised at Wednesday's briefing to instruct residents not to shoot down the drones. But these drones are hovering over critical infrastructure. Now, that's interesting because they're not doing any harm. They're just hovering. We're also told that there's no credible threat at this time. But when you start to put things together that they're telling us, critical infrastructure, no credible threat, they're unwilling to shoot them down. They're unwilling to do a temporary ban, and we can see them. They've got lights on them. Something's not adding up here. He lastly said it sounds like it might very well be our highest level of government. It might be government assets being deployed as maybe a countermeasure, as he put it. But that's first I've heard being instructed. Call the bomb squad. Wear a hazmat suit if you approach. What are they? There's got to be more to it. Fred Flights over the weekend said most of the smaller drones that are popping up in New Jersey, New York, and other locations are likely flown by hobbyists trying to cause trouble. But the larger ones are not being flown by ordinary Americans. Fred Flights is the former National Security Council chief. He was speaking to Newsmax that he thinks the larger drones are being run by either the military or the CIA. There's some type of exercise or experiment or whatever that's happening. We know very well the U.S. government's not giving the American people an adequate explanation. I think they know what's going on here. And when they say nothing to see here, these are just small aircraft, I don't think that's true. Now, he said he's not convinced that the drones that have been sighted are being flown by China or Iran or other foreign powers, that this would be uncharacteristic for them and hard for them to do without getting caught. I need to see evidence for that. Smaller drones likely being put up by groups of young people. You can buy some pretty sophisticated drones online. They can fly an enormous distance. You can actually control them from your smartphone to fly right back to you. Yeah, you can put lights on them and scare the heck out of people. Walid Fars, a former advisor to President-elect Donald Trump, was also on Saturday's show there and said it's wrong to leave the American public in the dark here. You can't leave the American population like this. Yeah, showing like a circus on television at the Pentagon or the White House, saying, oh, don't worry about it. Yeah, for much lesser than they would mobilize the Department of Homeland Security, so on and so forth. Yeah, the drones, he said, have to be questioned and investigated. In terms of spying, obviously a mass of drones of that size, yeah, not just, over one American city, over multiple American cities. The population's going out at night to try to, find out what's going on. Obviously, the collection ability of these networks is huge, but there are things we don't even see because the government is not telling us. But he did insist, inside these government agencies, people know what's going on. Problem is, the political decision by the administrators is not to allow the public to learn more about it. And we shall return in a moment. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Going right there from that mayor's update, Larry just forwarded to me. This is the copy of the actual, it's headlined, Intelligence Bulletin from the New Jersey Division of Fire Safety. Recommendations for encountering downed UAVs. Overview. The New Jersey Division of Fire Safety has developed several guidelines when encountering downed unmanned aerial systems in collaboration with the NISP, and it's very, very small print here. Anyway, recommendations. Number one, downed or landed drones should not be approached. And that's in dark, bold print, should not be approached. Number 2, unless the Emergency Response Guidebook, Guide 3, to establish isolation and evacuation distances. Let's see. In all directions initially. 300 and some odd feet. All right, see. For service members, should stabilize full PPI. I guess that's the protective gear. Notify local law enforcement. Call this toll-free number. Request the New Jersey State Police Hazardous Materials Response Unit and local hazmat teams. Hazardous Material Response Team should approach the incident as unknown and follow established governmental or environmental monitoring procedures, as such to include radiation monitoring. Number 7, request the nearest bomb squad. And lastly, be aware that electronic devices and two-way radio systems may malfunction in the immediate area. And what jumps right out there to me, I don't know, Pappy, when you get a chance, Pappy, I shared a video this past day. I cannot remember the guy's name. I cannot share the audio because he uses language, a couple of points, which I wouldn't be able to edit out, and I couldn't air. This is a gentleman who actually builds drones, large drones, a.k.a. he builds military-type drones, and he was giving his breakdown on what he believes is going on. He starts out explaining what he does, the fact that the drones flying at night, in most cases, for all practical purposes, your hobby drone, they are useless to fly at night because they can't see. Shish kebab is the word he used. They can't see nothing unless you have the likes of night vision technology, which most don't. The only reason to be flying these things at night, I'm going to try to paraphrase, long story short. He shared, was it several weeks or several months ago? We're all aware that in Ukraine, in the former Soviet Union, at the fall of the USSR, there were, we talked for years about a number of small nuclear devices that were unaccounted for. Things that could be referred to as suitcase nukes. Now, this guy said he knows an individual. He spoke to them, and the individual had physically put his hands on one of those devices that was somewhere in Europe, a.k.a. a small nuclear device. And he said they knew it was going to be headed to the United States. They contacted the likes of the FBI and various sources, he said, here in the U.S. to try to get them on the page to make sure this thing doesn't make it to the United States. He said apparently they had no follow-up. Nothing. Since which time this individual tells him they've lost complete track. They don't know where it is. His summation, his personal opinion is, again, working with the likes of military drone craft, is it very well may have found its way into the United States. Many of these drones, he explains, are most likely flying at night trying to detect, using sniffers, nuke device sniffers, trying to detect something that may be down there. They're searching. is the way he explained, which would make absolute sense based on just the fact that they're talking about treat something down as a possible radioactive device. I don't know. He said, now this is just my opinion, as he put it, my take on what's going on. I don't want to spread misinformation. I don't want to be an alarmist. I'm sharing with you the conversations that I had and the fact that at this point in time, that's not the kind of thing the government's going to admit. He said that would spark sheer panic in people. So I don't know. I'll see if I can maybe share that. I can share it on Facebook because it was a TikTok video. And he said, I'm not a TikTok guy. I don't usually do this stuff, but I just want to make a few comments to share with you what my line of thinking is. But these larger drones, he said, are government drones, and they've got technology. They've got the infrared, the night vision. The average hobbyist, there's absolutely no reason whatsoever for an individual hobbyist to be flying drones at night. They're absolutely useless. So let me pause there. It's quite interesting. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. Cyclone Chido brought winds of 225 kilometers per hour. Mayotte struggles with poverty and unemployment, and the storm has destroyed homes. The island also has many undocumented migrants, which means the death toll could run into the thousands. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. Yoon was removed by South Korea's parliament on Saturday, Laura Westbrook reports.
The Constitutional Court has up to 6 months to decide whether to uphold the impeachment. Fresh elections must be held within 2 months if Yoon is impeached. The Prime Minister Han Duck-seo is serving as interim leader in Yoon's stead. There is also another investigation into Yoon and his inner circle over potential charges of insurrection over the short-lived martial law. Protests have continued, with demonstrators saying they will keep up the pressure until the Constitutional Court decides Yoon's fate. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. 9 Australians were caught trying to smuggle more than 8 kilos of heroin out of Bali in 2005. 2 of the gang's ringleaders were executed in 2015. 1 member died of cancer in prison, and the only woman in the group had her sentence commuted after spending 13 years in prison. The 5 remaining members arrived in Darwin on Sunday. This followed years of lobbying by Australia on their behalf. They said that they were relieved and happy to be home, and that they looked forward to reintegrating back into society. Indian music legend and 4-time Grammy winner Zakir Hussain has died at the age of 73. The musician, famous for playing the Indian percussion instrument, the tabla, passed away at a hospital in San Francisco. Ishan Garg tells us more.
Condolences are pouring in from all over the world after tabla maestro Zakir Hussain's death. Many see Hussain as the man responsible for making the Indian classical music loved globally. His iconic collaborations with artists such as Yo-Yo Ma, Charles Lloyd and Mickey Hart made the Indian tabla reach a global platform. In a statement, his family said Hussain leaves an extraordinary legacy behind. He died of health complications arising out of a heart-related illness. Fans say the global music world has lost an icon, and many say India has lost a cultural ambassador who bridged the gap between Indian classical music and jazz globally. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at China's decision to launch a monopoly investigation into NVIDIA, the American technology company and chip manufacturer that has seen its share price grow 2,300% over the last 5 years. Beijing is accusing the company of violating pledges that it made when it acquired an Israeli company, Mellanox Technologies. It promised to supply China with equipment on fair, reasonable and non-discriminatory terms, an agreement that NVIDIA denies breaking. But there are bigger issues at play, according to Bob McMahon of America's Council on Foreign Relations.
China announcing this is a warning shot to say it can do things like this if the U.S. continues to try to ratchet up its controls on China. Specifically, the case that seems to have aroused China is one that they had preliminarily approved about 4 years ago, which was the acquisition of a company called Mellanox Technologies. China's now come back and said, actually, there are things involved in this acquisition that smack of monopoly. And so with any company the size of NVIDIA is going to potentially face this. But this one seemed to be clearly a Chinese move to retaliate and just try to say, look, how much longer do you want to play this? We have things we can do. And this is another step.
NVIDIA has enjoyed a 90% share in China's artificial intelligence chip market, but is facing increased competition from Chinese manufacturers, including Huawei. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bunden reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
at it here where we leave off. Another hour underway, crossing over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. Hey, got Brain Dead is on board. We'll check in with Eagle. First, we kick this hour off. Scotty, what's happening? Good morning.
Another day in paradise, man. 56 degrees here in Missouri. Kind of a nice night. We had beautiful weather there in Kansas yesterday. But this whole drone deal, I was sitting out on the porch of the night, and we live next to an Air Force base, and Wichita's the air capital of the world. There's all the aircraft manufacturers around there and everything. So I mean, we're used to seeing planes and everything, and they can sit there and say all they want about all their planes and everything. I sent you that email. Then there was 2 nights ago or 3 nights ago. I guess they spotted one. I was sitting out on the porch, and there was one that went across, and it wasn't no little drone. It had lights on it, and it was pretty good size. Of course, like I said, it was dark, but I could see the size of it and everything. And I didn't have my phone on me, but it was close enough. I could have got a video of it, and you would have seen it with the lights and everything on there. But I don't know if you heard the one report that said it sounded like a Harley Davidson going across the sky. You could definitely hear a motor. This wasn't a battery powered drone, but like I said, it was. I live I live in Wichita, but the Augusta Andover area is right there. I'm on the city limits of those, and the base is probably like 8 miles away from me. But like I said, I was surprised when I saw that there was actually drones in Kansas too. But like I said, we've got an Air Force base there too. So
right. It could be obviously that could be military.
Right. I had said something to my roommate about it. He's in the Air Force, and he just brushed it off. But and of course he couldn't tell me if he knew anything anyway. But my guess is it's the military doing something.
Mm-hmm.
But they should at least tell us. When you see something that size in the sky going across it. This is, I don't know, 7, 8 o'clock at night. It was dark outside already.
Right.
But, like I said, we're used to seeing all kinds of things in the sky in Wichita that, this wasn't normal. But, and like I said, I'm not the only one that's seen it. Like I said, you've got that email. You can read what it says.
Yeah, I mean, so that's several counties there in Kansas, obviously, you're talking about.
Right. Like I said, I live in Sedgwick County, but I live on the Sedgwick-Butler County line. But, there's something, I won't say it's nefarious going on. I mean, I don't know if you remember the Skunk Works deal and everything, when they was doing all that in secret, they ain't going to tell us everything.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But it seems odd. It seems odd, they can sit there and say, well, no, it's not an Iranian mothership off the coast that's sending drones over here. Okay, if you know it's that, then you obviously know what it is.
Bingo. Yep.
That's my whole thing. And, of course, they're saying they don't give off any kind of signature. Of course, none of us have any kind of radar to pick that up, and obviously they're not going to register it with FlightAware or nothing like that, But, like I said, I would almost say the drone I've seen was, the size of a small car.
Okay.
And definitely making noise. But, and honestly, like I said, in Wichita, we have a lot of restrictions on flying drones because, I don't know how many airstrips and stuff there are in that town. I believe somebody said there's 18 different airstrips in that town. Like I said, obviously Boeing's there, or Spirit. Boeing's bought Spirit now, but you got the air base, and then we got the executive airport right next to us. We got a private airfield not too far from us. But, like I said, there's airstrips all over with all the with Cessna and Beechcraft, Textron, Bombardier, however you say it. Lear used to be there. Like I said, all the aircraft manufacturers used to be in Wichita. But, so like I said, the restrictions on flying a drone are pretty restrictive there.
Well, the guy I was referencing before the news break that had posted the video, he was also explaining that, most drones, even drones that law enforcement use, that use the actual battery, electric, they can fly miles, but they have a very limited life before they got to bring it down and change the batteries out. He said, now the government, these bigger drones,
right.
They have actual, I think he said, gas-powered engines to generate electricity to keep them up, and they can fly much, much more extended periods of time.
Right. I mean, like I said, I heard an engine, so I mean, I don't know. I'd read something like 6 or 7 hours, and I heard maybe that same guy. It was about 6 or 7 hours is the max they could take and fly those. They're not like our Reaper drones that can go out there and be in the air for 24 hours.
Right.
But anyway, well, that's about all I had to add into it.
All right. Otherwise, y'all
I'll get off here and let you.
You're going to get home for Christmas, or you're going to be out there working?
I think I'm done come Thursday morning. I think I'm done till probably after New Year's. Not sure yet.
Okay.
I know the plant's closed on Tuesday and Wednesday, and they're not receiving on Monday. So, so I don't know exactly what'll be going on. May leave out Christmas Day and go pick up a load, but they haven't said yet. So.
All right. Well, safe travels and enjoy this.
Anyway,
this warmer weather while we got a chance, right? Because it's definitely unseasonably warm, at least at the moment, as we're hanging in there, 49 degrees outside the secret bunker. Let's see. Roki actually sent me the link. I guess it's from the air traffic control, and this was this past day. It was dated December 15. In regards to the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, another military installation, crucial installation, where they had shut down due to unauthorized drone activity in the area. I don't know, can we hear this or not?
Patterson Tower, Medflight 8, 1,900 feet, about 7 miles southwest of the field, like transition your Delta northeastbound.
Medflight 8 Patterson Tower, use extreme caution for heavy UAS movement on the base. Security Forces is handling the situation. Suggest at or above 1,700 AGL.
That we will maintain 2,000 and on our transition for Medflight 8.
And I gotta keep the lights down so that Security Forces can see.
Roger that, no problem.
Position approved, sir.
Approved, Medflight 8.
Medflight 8 Tower.
Ahead for Medflight 8.
Hey, sir, you're still approved through our Class Delta. After you leave, Columbus is going to sterilize the Class Delta as of 0330 Zulu. Patterson Class Delta is closed after your transition.
I'm sorry about that. You got stepped on by other traffic. Can you say again?
Yes, sir. Your transition is still approved. However, Patterson Class Delta is sterilized as of 0330 Zulu for heavy unknown UAS activity. Security Forces is handling it, and Columbus is going to sterilize the airspace after you leave the Delta.
Roger that. No problem. Thank you.
All aircraft use extreme caution. Patterson Class Delta is now closed for heavy UAS activity.
So that's the actual air traffic control, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base yesterday, when they used the term heavy UAF activity. I'm thinking that's not just somebody's little hobby drone, right? Heavy, unauthorized UAF activity. It's happening all too often. All right, see what Brain Dead has going on this Monday, Just another day getting those Christmas groceries delivered. Did we lose Brain Dead? I believe we did. Okay, so let me try Pathfinder. Morning, Pathfinder.
Good morning. I want to start out to say thank you for my Hot Shot Secret coupon. And I've got a 9-year-old down the street that I'm not good on computers. And it's going to set it up for me and make sure I don't mess it up. It's probably pretty simple, but that's not for me. Yeah. But otherwise, I appreciate it and thank you. And I've got 2 other listeners that I'm going to hook you up with, and they're starting to listen to you. And it's a great show. You learn a lot. One's a BFI driver, or not BFI, Brownie Ferris. It's a ABF driver, and one's a retired construction worker. But anyway, I'm getting a echo here somehow. Echo off my phone. But anyway, I've got a suggestion for your sponsors. What if we make cards? This is driving me nuts. Can I call you back?
Yeah, you could do that. I don't know if it's on our end or your end. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, try us back. Every once in a while, I hear that happens. And all right, let's see if Brain Dead. You probably lost audio. I was playing a 1.5 minute clip, and if you were on hold, you probably couldn't hear it, and you thought you lost signal there.
No, I heard the beep, when you answered the line like you just did.
Yeah.
And for some reason, that only thing I heard was about 3 words, and then that was about it. So, how was your weekend there, buddy?
Short and sweet, but had a good weekend.
So, in other words, you went Christmas shopping with the princess.
We were on it was a special mission kind of weekend. Me and the son had to make a drive to pick up a Christmas present for the grandson, and it's the kind that barks.
Oh, well, you know what? I could say something, but he's not that age, so. But, I heard old Monkey Gouger talking about the memories from the show and whatnot. I remember the story your dad used to say about how he was doing the live show on Christmas.
Yeah.
And somebody called in one night and asked him how many days till Christmas. And he sat there and thought about it. He said, how stupid is this person? So he blew him up with the dynamite and said 14. So that's how everybody, that's how all that got started, Steve. Remember those days.
Is that it? Okay.
But, I heard I got to listen to the podcast because me and the dingy one there, we went out to the cemetery Saturday morning and laid all the wreaths. We had a good time.
Was it a rainy day?
Even though it rained.
Okay, yep.
Oh, yeah, rain, and more rain. I think I felt like a fish out of an aquarium, and heck, it even still raining. I've had a little bit here since I left Paducah off and on. But, I was listening to the replay from Friday morning, and the guy that called in towards to the end of the show, I sent you the memo from the IBT about that. And it's not a scam. What it is that drivers had worked during the summer, or not drivers, but dock workers were working at other terminals, and this is what they were due and paid because that came out of a separate account. Because when you did the dot work and say like you were out of Cincinnati, Steve, and you came down here to Memphis, they paid all your expenses once you turned in the expense report. So obviously all these expense reports has been what you called accounted for and whatnot, and have been paid out. Now the other part, Santa later on did send me the backside of that letter. They've taken the vacation time and broken it down into 3 segments. Because you do have your vacation time, you have your sick time, and your paid time off. There's 3 different accounts. The first 2 are guaranteed. It's the third one that they're fighting for, and they're wanting a vote from the court, yay or nay, as to should we go forward without paying this or paying this. And I agree with what Heatwave was saying about the Warren Act, and us, we should get our money first off the top. But that's where all that's coming from. But if Heatwave's listening, they've not paid any vacation pay yet. They've not paid any of that yet. Some of the guys have even missing their last paychecks because of all the BS that's going on.
Okay.
So you may have gotten your last paycheck. You may have gotten your last paycheck, but you're not going to get this check until the court settles the thing to settle everything out. And this is what we've been waiting on. So because they told me that last week, they said put in for your vacation pay. Just go ahead and put it all in now, because they don't know when they're going to be paying it out. And obviously they're waiting to the last thing, because they've got full coffers now with all that sale and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So I totally agree. I mean, I agree 1,000%, but what a day. So anyway.
So going to be a busy week. I mean, last minute Christmas shopping. Everybody got that Christmas dinner in the fridge.
I'm hoping no, because I'd like to stay a little bit busy. One of the guys at the warehouse, he's going on vacation, and I'm hoping I can pick up his bid for the week. So there's going to be some good long running, Steve. But with that being said, my friend, I'm getting closer to the warehouse from Paducah. So
all right. Well,
not to rub it into you, Steve. It's 63 degrees on my dash.
63. All right. Well, I'm not going to complain, because we got 49 here. Could be a whole lot colder. Could be like last week when we had some of those teens early in the day. Pappy, what's happening?
Steve, I got 49 degrees on the cruiser dash. Yes, sir. What's happening, man?
I don't know. You tell me. Did I tell the story about correctly? As far as that guy and the audio that
Steve, unfortunately, I was out of the car for like 45 minutes. When I got in the car, it was probably, I don't know, I caught the last 5 minutes. As soon as I fired up the cruiser, I heard you talking about it. I caught the last couple minutes of it, so I have no idea what I'm sure you went through the whole video, but Steve, now listen, I have heard several years ago in some of my training, some of the things I've been involved in, that there are nukes out here unaccounted for.
Mm-hmm.
So what this guy's saying, Steve, I'm telling you, wouldn't doubt me a bit. And the way he lays it out, it really makes total sense. That, do you think the government's going to put it out? Hey, man,
right.
We're trying to find a lost nuke that's probably in the United States. No way. So this is a very real possibility here, that these government drones out got, all these air monitoring systems and equipment capable of detecting radiation and nuclear material and all this kind of stuff. So it's a very real possibility that's what's going on here.
Okay, so you obviously, if you joined in at that point, you had missed what led me up to sharing that with them was the actual the bulletin that went out from the New Jersey Division of Fire Safety over the weekend, an intelligence bulletin, recommendations for encountering downed UAVs. Let me quickly share it. The New Jersey Division of Fire Safety has developed several guidelines when encountering downed unmanned aerial vehicles in collaboration with the NJ, that's the Jersey State Police and the FBI Newark office. Number 1, downed or landed drones should not be approached. Number 2, utilize the Emergency Response Guidebook, Guide 111, to establish isolation and evacuation distances, 330 feet in all directions initially. Number 3, fire service members should utilize full PPE with SCBA when establishing the isolation and evacuation distances and not re-enter the zones once established. Number 4, notify local law enforcement and the FBI. They've got the number. Number 5, request the New Jersey State Police Hazmat Response Unit and the local hazmat team. Number 6, hazardous material response team should approach the incident as an unknown, follow established environmental monitoring procedures as such to include radiation monitoring. Number 7, request the nearest bomb squad. Number 8, be aware that electronic devices and two-way radio systems may malfunction in the immediate area. That memo went out to 200 mayors around the country in a briefing last week.
Wow. Yeah, I did not see that or hear that.
Yep.
So pretty interesting.
That plays kind of right into his thinking that, realize it could be radioactive, what the hell? And again, that's a bulletin from the New Jersey Division of Fire Safety, which makes it sound more.
Steve, I know for a fact.
All right, hold that thought. We got to pause there. I apologize.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. The director of the World Food Programme says the Gaza Strip is at serious risk of famine. Cindy McCain told CBS's Face the Nation that her organisation's aid deliveries slowed to a trickle in the month of November.
WFP has been able to get 2 trucks in. That's all. 2 trucks in the month of November.
She says in addition to getting aid in, humanitarian workers need to be able to distribute aid once inside the Strip without fear of being targeted in attacks. McCain called for a ceasefire and said the international community has to do more to deliver aid to starving Palestinians. Close to 45,000 Gazans have been killed so far in Israel's war against the militant group Hamas. Another longtime Trump ally is being picked for a position in the upcoming administration. Scott Carr has more from Washington.
On Saturday, President-elect Trump announced Richard Grenell would be his envoy for special missions, saying on his social media platform that Grenell will, quote, continue to fight for peace through strength and always put America first. Grenell had been Trump's acting director of national intelligence and former ambassador to Germany during his first 4 years in the White House. Reports say Grenell had been considered for the post of Secretary of State in the Trump cabinet, but lost out to Florida Senator Marco Rubio. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is recovering from successful hip replacement surgery in Germany. The California Senator Adam Schiff said he'd spoken to family members about her condition.
I communicated with her daughter, Christine, and I understand that she's recovering from the surgery well, so our thoughts are going out to her. She's an amazing person, and as strong and as tough as she is, I know she'll be back on her feet soon.
Pelosi's office says she underwent the surgery after getting injured during a trip to Luxembourg last week. The 84-year-old former House Speaker was medevaced to Germany's Landstuhl Regional Medical Center for the operation. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says Americans shouldn't be concerned about a recent surge in drone sightings across the country. Mayorkas told ABC's This Week that rules have recently been changed, allowing drones to fly at night, which could be a reason why people are spotting them more often. He added that the Department of Homeland Security doesn't know of any foreign involvement in recent drone sightings, but it will keep Americans informed about any potential risks. Despite this, Mayorkas said federal and state authorities would benefit from more legal authority to combat problematic drone activity. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, pick it up where we left off there. I'll go back. This was actually Mayor Michael Mellum. After getting that memo I shared in regards to the hazmat and all, he said in an interview with Harris Faulkner Friday afternoon, he said, we now have guidance from the state. And it says two different things. First of all, if there's a downed drone in our vicinity, we are to immediately call the bomb squad of our county. Second, the fire department's been instructed to make sure they wear hazmat suits. Faulkner asked if a fallen drone would be treated as an attack on the homeland. He responded that is correct because they're not quite sure if there's a payload or not. And that's what we were told during our briefing on Wednesday, which he referenced as an unprecedented briefing that 200 state mayors attended last week. So the plot kind of thickens, Pappy.
Yeah. Steve, I know you probably remember me telling you every bomb tech has to go through hazmat school. Has to be a hazmat tech before you could even go to bomb school down in Huntsville. Steve, we're taught everything from biological, chemical, nuclear. if there's a dirty bomb, right?
Mm-hmm.
Found, who do you think's going to respond to that, Steve? The local bomb squad. So yeah, I mean, we got level A suits on the truck, full level A encapsulated with the ACB or SCBAs in case there's a radiation spill. Remind everybody what a dirty bomb is. It's when you take radioactive material, and that could be what they're looking for too. Maybe not like a nuclear warhead, right?
Mm-hmm.
A dirty bomb is radioactive material. You put HE, high explosives, in with that radioactive material, and you detonate it. And it just blows that radioactive material in a 360-degree, and depending on how big and how powerful it is, how much area is going to be contaminated.
Okay.
So it's very possible, Steve, there could be a big dirty bomb out here they're trying to locate. Man, we know these Russian bombers out on the West Coast been playing games with us over the last several years, been coming real close. We have the ability to determine whether there's nuclear warheads on them bombers or not. It's just amazing how far away another plane can be that can sniff out this stuff. So, I mean, the technology is just... And Steve, here's the other thing. A lot of these drones have been violating restricted airspace. And Steve, this is a known fact. I mean, any aircraft or any object that enters into a restricted airspace, those flight controllers are automatically going to be calling that aircraft and getting them to identify themselves. And if they get no response, they're going to have a United States fighter jet on their butt within about 10 or 15 minutes. And they will follow that aircraft till it lands, and when it lands, they will be placed in handcuffs. So that's why I was saying that, listen, man, the government knows where these, what's going on here. There's no there's no way these things are flying around and they can't tell where they're coming from, okay? It's just ridiculous to say that.
Especially when they're talking about military installations, restricted airspace, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's anybody that's been in the military that has any kind of common sense or knows that. So that, Steve, I'm telling you, it makes total sense that the government is deploying these drones and they are trying to find something. What they're trying to find,
we don't know.
They're not telling us. Yeah, we don't know for 100%. They're not going to tell us. You think they're going to come out on the air and say, yeah, we're trying to find a dirty bomb?
No.
Or we're trying to find a nuclear warhead that made its way into the United States. Are you kidding me? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're alien spacecraft. There's rumors going around. We're being invaded. I know if you notice, most of the video, they do have, the running lights on. I mean, you can turn them running lights off. There was one video out there where there was a drone video, and they had the running lights off. They didn't have the lights on. The port and starboard red and green lights, right?
Right.
So, I don't know, man. I said all we can do is
running a drone without the lights
hope
on,
for the best and prepare for the worst.
That's going to be a risk to if it was whether it's a private aircraft or a medevac helicopter, and they're not going to see it. And the government wouldn't want to be, they're not going to be wanting to run without lights.
Yes. So, and this guy talked about over on Interstate 70 several years ago where they were expecting some radiational stuff to be illegally transported. And I forget how many years ago he said this was, but in the area of Interstate 70, in this particular area, the drone or UFOs or UAV, whatever you call these unidentified flying objects, skyrocketed. There was like hundreds of reports of these unidentified flying objects in the air all around this certain part of Interstate 70. So these things were, flying the interstate, trying to sniff out a semi-truck or any other truck with radioactive material being transported. See, we transport radioactive waste all the time across these interstates. And if you're one of them truck drivers, you're making big time money. Big time money. So, like I said, man, just prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Now that was a good video that you sent me there.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of explains everything, honestly. It's a good hypothesis from this guy, and it was a good hypothesis with Sylvester, and I was leading towards that. I'm like, maybe they're testing a early warning system, so they're bringing these drones in off the ocean, doing some testing or whatever. That made sense. This scenario here, this makes total sense. Also, makes more sense to me than any alien attack or any of that kind of craziness. But which is, hey, we never throw nothing off the table. But all right, my man, appreciate you taking the call. Got the next 2 nights off.
All right. Well, enjoy your greatest day of the week.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Steve. Be safe,
Monday. All right, what do we got here? Friday, Love's Travel Stops announced the opening of new stores, Coleman, Alabama, and Buffalo, Wyoming, adding a total of 146 truck parking spots to the network. The Coleman, Alabama store off I-65, exit 305, talking about more than 15,000 square feet, 98 truck parking spaces. You got your McDonald's and the Subway restaurant that will both be opening today, December 16. 8 diesel bays, 7 showers, laundry facilities. Got a Catskill dog park, and the self-checkout options, which are becoming more popular, apparently. The Buffalo, Wyoming store off I-90 at exit 58. About 11,500 square feet, 64 truck parking spaces. Arby's restaurant opening today. 6 diesel bays, 4 showers, laundry, Catskill dog park. Love's Travel Center is now operating 645 locations around the country, 42 states in total. Meanwhile, residents in a Tennessee town say that the state implemented tractor-trailer restrictions on local roadways doesn't seem to be doing quite enough to prevent the trucks from traveling the roadways. Back in October, Tennessee state and local officials implemented a rule banning trucks over 30 feet long from traveling State Route 116. Since then, county locals said truck traffic has decreased, but it's not stopped, and it's still creating dangerous situations. One resident says we don't pass them anymore in the early school mornings, but earlier than that, when my kids are getting up, like 6 a.m., you'll see them coming through, and they don't even slow down. Yeah, they're going fast. Yeah, you got parents that are coming home from ball games. Yeah, their kids are in extracurriculars, and the trucks are hogging both lanes. Yeah, we're coming to try to pass this tractor trailer, and in one case, it wouldn't let us pass. It was over into our lane. Yeah, the truck's going faster than me, and when he throws his brakes on, the smoke starts rolling, and that's all you can smell is his brake system. Tennessee Highway Patrol said they are continuously enforcing the truck restrictions. They're working with Tennessee DOT to install signs in the Oliver Springs area where trucks are thought to enter the roadway most frequently. Now, we have troopers assigned to Highway 116 every day. And yes, anyone who disregards the signs and violates the truck restrictions will be subject to citation, according to a spokesperson for the Highway Patrol. See if Eagle's hanging in there Monday morning, Eagle. I do believe that would be the sign of that's a no-go. What do you say, Grump? Good morning.
Good morning. Just got up, just got going here. Yeah, what did I tell you the other night, by golly? I said, I said it's more than likely the government knows what the hell's going on out there with all these drones and everything, and they're testing new countermeasures or whatever to see about the system. We've done that stuff for years on NATO tacky valves and different things like that. We've hired people to test our security systems and different things. And, everybody's running around with their damn hair on fire like, oh my God, we're getting invaded, and everything. Nobody knows what it is. Look, China owns 400,000 acres near military bases. 24% of the trucking industry is foreign owned right now. We have thousands of businesses from produce to textile to stock exchanges and things like that that's foreign owned, and they're worried about a handful of damn drones over freaking New Jersey. I'd be worried about somebody saying, hey, let's just stop what we're doing right now and shut all this down or put something in those 400,000 acres right there that can be countermeasures toward our military, whether it's electronic countermeasures that on our planes when they launch or missiles or whatever, but they, back years ago, I think it was 2008, something like that. A 12-year-old kid hacked into the Defense Department's systems. He works for the government now, but he, at 12 years old, he wrote a damn program to bust into the defense systems of the government. So they hired 600 hackers to, try to penetrate the defenses, the cyber defenses of our systems and things. And a damn 12-year-old kid was what did it. So it's, man, I tell you, it's, and who do we blame for all this, Steve? We blame the old guard, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Mitch McConnells, all these old fools that are in office right now that when they first started in government, they didn't have a dollar to their freaking name, and now they're wealthy beyond any kind of imagination. Look at AOC, been in there 6 years, now. Here, what you got here, she was, $300,000 in student loan debt that she claimed, and, didn't have a dollar to her name, was whining about a pay raise right off the bat. Now that dingbat's worth $6 million. And that doesn't raise any red flags to a damn soul. But yet you get drones flying around, and they leave the lights on for a specific reason. They want the public to see them. They want the public to complain about them so that they can sit there and do this plausible deniability crap that says we have no idea what it is.
Okay.
I would bet you from the governors to the mayors to everybody knows exactly what they are. They just tell them to keep their damn mouth shut. Say, well, look, we're testing systems. Trump's got a golf course right off the side here. Like I told you, hell, when you can steer a drone into a human being and there's not a damn thing that somebody could do about it, if it's small enough that they can't even detect it, they may hear it, but by camera sight, run it right into a person and blow him up or her up or whatever, that'd be a pretty damn logical scenario, for that. But I don't know, man. I listen to this, and it's, you know, I've been reading up on how we've given away this country, you know, whether it's mile by mile out here on the highway with so many foreign entities that are buying trucking companies and logistics organizations and things like that right here in the United States that they swore up and down they would never allow to happen under the interstate commerce rules. Well, they certainly have. You know, it's happening now, and there's no end to it. There is no damn end to it. And you know, the government, they're like I say, they're well known for their plausible deniability. They've always been that way. You know, do you have troops in Africa? No, we don't have troops in Africa. No, meanwhile, you got a whole damn, you know, Navy SEAL team there, you know, in different places. So they've always done this, and they're always going to continue to do it until somebody like Donald Trump exposes that and say, hey, the American people has to have a knowledge about what's going on. You know, you don't keep them in the damn dark. You know, I mean, it's about, so now there are certain things we don't need to know. You know, they need to just accept and be done with it. But stuff like that, when you got active drones flying over people's houses and things like that, say, yes, we have developed some security systems or whatever. We're testing their vulnerabilities right now with these drones, and it's nothing to worry about. You know, people, it's just the way it is. But, you know, I don't know, man. I just look at it and I think, wow, you know, where are we going in this country? You know, when we're just allowing foreign entities to come in and take over whatever, you know, what would happen if they just shut all the businesses down? What would happen if you know, 24% of the trucking industry just decides to park their trucks? You know, and then you look at some of the local governments in Michigan, Minnesota, different places, California, that has nothing but Arab-ran governments. You know, and they want Sharia law and stuff to surpass our Constitution. They want their own laws, rules, and regulations. And believe it or not, there's them liberal governments and liberal people in those states that are actually open to that. And I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you people? You know, they want to do this under the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment, Fourth Amendment. It's just absolutely asinine to think about this. I got in an argument with a guy over dogs searching cars. He said it's an illegal search. I said it's not an illegal search. You know, hell, if you deny, a police officer has to have a certain amount of suspicion that there is a crime being committed before he can call in a dog. I mean, just to say, if somebody says, yeah, you know, I want to search your car, nope, I don't want you to search my car. All right, well, I'll just call in a dog. He can walk around it, see what you got in there. You know, that is a violation of certain rights. That is a violation of the Fourth Amendment and your right to due process. But if he has reasonable suspicion that there is some kind of criminal activity going on in that car that he can take to court, you know, call him in. Hell, you know, they taught that in the police academy when I went through it, you know, 33 years ago. But, you know, right now it's just, this is a crazy time in this country. It really is. We've had open borders now for the last 4 years. And, you know, you don't know what the hell's in here.
Yeah.
You know, what has walked across that border or what they've caught and then turned loose. You have no idea. And then, you know, from between that and people getting nervous about drones flying over their houses and things like that, I can tell you right now, you know, if somebody's flying a damn drone over my house, I got an air rifle that, you know, you know, I'm going to be popping it with a damn air rifle. You know, like I told you, that idiot that works for the, you know, tax collector, he was flying a drone over people's houses to see if they're building decks or putting in swimming pools or anything in fenced-in yards, you know, just to see what's going on. Hell, he'd sneak up to your house and look through the window, follow you home from Lowe's or somewhere if you bought, you know, a certain amount of lumber, over $500 worth of lumber. Want to know what you're going to be doing with it and if you have a permit. You know, this is stuff like this that people should get worried about. When the government is so intrusive into your life that they would follow you home and ask you, you know, what you're going to be building with all that lumber, and do you have a permit for it, and things like that, just to generate funds for that municipality, that's the time you start worried about it. right then and there. Is these the people that we put in office for whatever? But when you got Nancy Pelosi's and Mitch McConnell's and all these old guard that's been in there for eons that has gotten extremely wealthy that really don't give a damn about what's outside of their little bubble, outside of their bubble of wealth and privilege, then we got a problem with our government. That's one of the damn reasons why, and people can talk all the crap they want about Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin went in there, and argued to get term limits and was shot down at every damn avenue on this, just for that very reason. So somebody won't get so comfortable in their own skin in our government that they're powerful, that they become so powerful. Look at, AOC's wanting to be on the Ways and Means Committee and so many of these other committees. Why in the hell would they let that little dingbat on anything other than finger painting committee or something like that? She's about as stupid as they come. And her idea of the country is not my idea of the country. I mean, she may believe that everything that she's doing is noble and along the lines of fairness, and everything that I see that she's doing is on the lines of giving this freaking country away a little bit more, a little bit faster. So I don't know, man. I tell you, it's a scary world we live in. It really is. And we have allowed everything that's happening in this country. We, the people, have allowed that to happen. When you vote on name recognition and can't tell a damn thing what somebody does, what they've done in the past or what they've voted on or anything else, and we worry about stupid stuff that happened years ago, like a DUI, or something like that happened. Well, he's not worthy of being a DUI.
Right. Hey, and Grump, we got a pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. Cyclone Chido brought winds of 225 kilometers per hour. Mayotte struggles with poverty and unemployment, and the storm has destroyed homes. The island also has many undocumented migrants, which means the death toll could run into the thousands. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. Yoon was removed by South Korea's parliament on Saturday, Laura Westbrook reports.
The Constitutional Court has up to 6 months to decide whether to uphold the impeachment, Fresh elections must be held within 2 months if Yoon is impeached. The Prime Minister Han Duck-seo is serving as interim leader in Yoon's stead. There is also another investigation into Yoon and his inner circle over potential charges of insurrection over the short-lived martial law. Protests have continued, with demonstrators saying they will keep up the pressure until the Constitutional Court decides Yoon's fate. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. 9 Australians were caught trying to smuggle more than 8 kilos of heroin out of Bali in 2005. 2 of the gang's ringleaders were executed in 2015. 1 member died of cancer in prison, and the only woman in the group had her sentence commuted after spending 13 years in prison. The 5 remaining members arrived in Darwin on Sunday. This followed years of lobbying by Australia on their behalf. They said that they were relieved and happy to be home, and that they looked forward to reintegrating back into society. Indian music legend and 4-time Grammy winner Zakir Hussain has died at the age of 73. The musician, famous for playing the Indian percussion instrument, the tabla, passed away at a hospital in San Francisco. Ishan Garg tells us more.
Condolences are pouring in from all over the world after tabla maestro Zakir Hussain's death. Many see Hussain as the man responsible for making the Indian classical music loved globally. His iconic collaborations with artists such as Yo-Yo Ma, Charles Lloyd and Mickey Hart made the Indian tabla reach a global platform. In a statement, his family said Hussain leaves an extraordinary legacy behind. He died of health complications arising out of a heart-related illness. Fans say the global music world has lost an icon, and many say India has lost a cultural ambassador who bridged the gap between Indian classical music and jazz globally. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at China's decision to launch a monopoly investigation into Nvidia, the American technology company and chip manufacturer that has seen its share price grow 2,300% over the last 5 years. Beijing is accusing the company of violating pledges that it made when it acquired an Israeli company, Mellanox Technologies. It promised to supply China with equipment on fair, reasonable and non-discriminatory terms, an agreement that Nvidia denies breaking. But there are bigger issues at play, according to Bob McMahon of America's Council on Foreign Relations.
China announcing this is a warning shot to say it can do things like this if the U.S. continues to try to ratchet up its controls on China. Specifically, the case that seems to have aroused China is one that they had preliminarily approved about 4 years ago, which was the acquisition of a company called Mellanox Technologies. China's now come back and said, actually, there are things involved in this acquisition that smack of monopoly. And so with any company the size of NVIDIA is going to potentially face this. But this one seemed to be clearly a Chinese move to retaliate and just try to say, look, how much longer do you want to play this? We have things we can do. And this is another step.
Nvidia has enjoyed a 90% share in China's artificial intelligence chip market, but is facing increased competition from Chinese manufacturers, including Huawei. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bunden reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Looking there, we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday, greatest day of the week, right? 16th day of December. Yeah, I'll break down more of our travelers' weather coming up here. Well, the official date of the winter solstice rapidly approaches next Saturday. Folks across the Northeast have not missed out on an array of winter impacts. Whether it be frigid air and blustery winds, waves of lake-effect snow, and clipper storms, Mother Nature has presented several examples of the winter season being in full force across that corridor of the country. Meanwhile, what's on the horizon? And I'd come across a story over the weekend there, as we're still, all these years after the fact, going after people that were in our nation's capital on January 6th of 2021. The latest number arrested by the FBI, 1,572 people. Nearly 70% of the cases were misdemeanors. And what's likely to be the penultimate report of its kind, the Department of Justice said that number arrested for alleged January 6 crimes, that's a 24% increase this year in 2024. In its 47-month update, the Department of Justice said the FBI arrested 11 new January 6 suspects between November 6 and December 6 of this year. That 1,572 represents a 24.3% increase this year and a 75% increase in just the past 2 years. So essentially, they're wasting this time and effort just as Donald Trump is about to issue pardons for most of those arrested, the exception of those that committed violent crimes. D.C. judges are still doubling down on issuing sentences and refusing requests to delay sentencing hearings. Jalise Middleton's request to delay reporting to the Federal Bureau of Prisons for her sentence due to knee surgery being denied by District Judge Randolph Moss. Judge Moss said plenty of people have served sentences while in wheelchairs and that the facilities are equipped to handle medical needs. Although Ms. Middleton stated her condition worsened in the last 2 weeks, her knee has been a problem for years. But she waited until a week before her surrender date to schedule a long-required surgery, says the judge in denying her prison delay. Among other things, on October 22nd of this year, the court allowed defendants to self-surrender in order to get their affairs in order and to extend necessary and urgent knee surgery would seem to qualify as such an endeavor. Now, had she taken advantage of this opportunity, she could have had the knee surgery many weeks as opposed to days before her surrender date. Jalise and Mark Middleton of Forestburg, Texas, before their sentencing hearing in federal court on an array of January 6 charges. Judge Most sentenced her to 20 months in prison and him to 30 months. Convicted of assaulting, resisting, or impeding two police officers, civil disorder, entering and remaining in a restricted building or grounds, engaging in physical violence, and several other related misdemeanors. Now, this couple, married for 34 years with no criminal history, said they were actually praying together when they were shoved from behind into that police line on that day. Yeah, the Department of Justice reported nearly 1,000 people have pleaded guilty to charges. Yes, 68% were misdemeanors, 32% for felonies. 60% sentenced to prison, and about 14% sentenced to home detention, according to the report. And, of course, late last week, word came down with officially there were 26 undercover FBI informants in that crowd dressed as MAGA supporters. And the bigger question, how many of them were actually trying to incite activities on that day, right? All right, welcome back, Grump. Let me give you a chance to finish up there.
You know, that was January 6th. That was the greatest miscarriage of justice that I've ever seen in my life in this country. You know, it's how many people were denied due process? Damn near every one of them.
Yep.
When you read what went on there or what they will release there, they were denied any kind of attorney on that. They were just being on the grounds at that day, they criminalized you. You know, if they had a video footage of you anywhere around the People's House, and Mitch McConnell, that sorry bastard, stood right there and talked about the People's House, as did Chuck Schumer and the rest of it. Well, if it's the People's House, then why in the hell couldn't they go in it? Especially when the government, and I mean Capitol Police, was moving barriers and waving people in. To me, that was an invitation into the People's House. You know, I mean, it ain't Avon calling or anything like that, but when they moved barriers and stuff, and the only person that died that day was Ashley Babbitt, you know, other than that fat cop that had a heart attack. But, man, I tell you what, it just blows your mind. How many of them were coerced into signing those plea agreements? You know, sat there all damn night, stayed up all night, all day. You know, they just kept them awake, saying you were here, if you just sign this, you know, then everything's going to go away. You know, it's a misdemeanor, blah, blah, blah. It's a misdemeanor until some activist judge just decides that it should have been a Class E felony and bumps it up. It just reeks of everything this country is not about, you know. And you look at all the riots that happened in Portland and Seattle and Minneapolis and things like that, where people were harmed. I mean, actually buildings burnt. Not a damn soul was arrested. You know, they need to remove that blindfold off a Lady Justice and tilt her head just slightly to the left, because that's exactly the people that's being favored in this country today. And it just pisses me off. And I don't care what they are. I think Trump, when he gets into office, he ought to do a blanket amnesty to every person, good or bad, that was there at that during those riots or whatever, that, you know, those so-called riots, and just do a blanket amnesty on it and say, listen, you know, we're gonna grant clemency on everybody here that's been charged, blah blah blah, you know, and I mean, hell, they violated their civil rights, and if people didn't learn anything, what did we learn during COVID? Number one, that the Constitution don't mean a damn thing to a bunch of talking heads in the United States government. Bureaucrats went absolutely, you know, just bat crap crazy. The elected officials, they loved it. They absolutely loved COVID. Because why? We got to suspend the Constitution under the Emergency Powers Act, and all these damn governors and everybody then became their little dictators within themselves. You know, it's I own your ass. I rule over you. You'll do like I say or I'll lock you up. When you see people out on a beach not wearing a mask and cops chasing them down because they're not wearing a mask, we got to seriously consider what the hell's going on in this country and whether our rights or whether we even have rights. And there again, Steve, I'm going to go back to the fact that it is the fact that we've had this old guard in there forever and ever and ever that has ruined this country, the justice system, our political structure. And people have the right to assembly. They have the right to question an election. Hell, our elected officials do it every election. You know, would they lock them up if they questioned the election and said, I'm not going to certify it? No. They just sit there and go, well, he's got that right. But if I walk into that rotunda and I bang my feet on the floor and say I'm going to throw me a little hissy fit, you don't have the right to certify this election, hell, they're going to lock me up. Adam Schiff, that apple-headed jackass, went on the House floor and lied and lied and lied again in order to get an impeachment against Donald Trump. Where's he at today? He's in the freaking Senate. He'll be sworn in January 3rd in the Senate. It just, you know, I don't know, man. I tell you what, who do you blame? Do you blame them fools for the power that they have, or do you blame we the people for just keep voting for them morons like that? Hell, it's a gimme with California. I mean, they're going to vote for some dumbass regardless. All they want is somebody that they think is going to take care of them instead of getting off their sorry ass and taking care of themselves. You know, it's every state would be red. Every state, when you looked at it, every city would be red. If people would quit thinking that they have to depend on the government for a damn thing. The government ain't there to support we the people. It's there for security. It's there to do the people's bidding.
Yep.
And it just pisses me off, man. I ain't kidding you. It just, you know, you look at the people that's out here right now and what happened on January 6th, all these people, you know, going around confiscating cell phone footage without a warrant. You know, what the hell are they thinking? The Supreme Court's already ruled on that is a form of privacy. But yet, nope. We got to suspend these constitutions, and that was an insurrection, and we're going to do this, and your rights don't matter, and give me your cell phone, and I want your passcode or anything like that until you can sit in jail until you give it to me. That's exactly what they did. And it's I don't appreciate the people that went there tearing stuff up. That's our stuff. You keep your damn hands off of it. You make your voices heard peacefully, like Donald Trump stood up there and said. You don't tear stuff up like that idiot, that damn Bullwinkle hat or whatever the hell it was. You know, He's in there, you know, carrying out the lectern and doing stupid stuff. Good, lock his ass up. You know, if he's that damn stupid, lock him up. I don't care. But, you know, people that just went there to make their voices heard because they saw something in this election they haven't seen in that election that they haven't seen in other elections, and that was, number one, the Emergency Powers Act that was implemented. No quality control whatsoever ever over ballots or anything else. It's just we're going to send them out to addresses, let somebody fill them out and send them back in, and look who got elected. And look at the price we're paying for it today.
Well,
but anyway, that's all I got.
All right. Hey, it is the greatest day of the week, right? Love a Monday. All right, back to the Northeast. What's in store in the coming days? An ongoing impactful winter storm across the Northeast will continue to plow eastward to start the work week here. Yeah, rain, snow, icy mix for some. As the week progresses, the active pattern resumes with additional waves of storms on the horizon there in the east. It's kind of a roller coaster ride forecast in the Northeast this week after a wintry mix, rain, and a warm-up, and the potential then for an impactful late storm late this week into next weekend that may feature accumulating snow and very chilly air settling in. Yeah, through the overnight hours here this Monday morning, central and northeast PA into New York and parts of Vermont, New Hampshire, observing mostly snow with this event. Areas from southern New York through the spine of the Appalachians into North Carolina, May see a changeover to sleet and freezing rain, so maybe some slick spots. By later this morning, the majority of the region will see any winter precip transition over to intermittent rain and drizzle, slightly warmer air flowing in on the rear side of the storm, and the temperatures actually begin to rise. Following quickly behind the wintry mix, on into Monday morning, milder air surging in ahead of our next storm will bring the risk for rain across the Northeast between Monday afternoon and Tuesday mornings. As the week continues, chances for rain persist across the Mississippi and Tennessee valleys into the mid-Atlantic and southern New England. That will provide some degree of drought relief. This wet pattern can also produce some localized flooding where you have repeat rounds of rain setting up. We'll look ahead to the upcoming weekend. I know it's only Monday, but if you're planning some early holiday get-togethers or have tailgating plans for college football playoffs, you may have potential wintry weather to contend with. The potential exists for a storm to develop between Friday and Saturday along the East Coast, elevating the risk for an impactful snowstorm across portions of the Northeast and New England. Now, slight shifts in the expected storm track will play a pretty significant role, but it's worth noting that there could be impacts to holiday travelers if that storm tracks near the coast. Very chilly air looks to settle in the days leading up to Christmas, a.k.a. next week, on the heels of that storm.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
see if Pathfinder is hanging in there. Welcome back, Pathfinder.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot better.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's that echo sound just really messed you up. Anyway, couple things I want to talk about. I really messed up. I got up yesterday. I thought it was Sunday and your show was just coming on. So I came up and did my show prep, which is lay my cigarettes out and have a couple of Skull Busters and have some snacks. And I ate healthy all the time, so but I didn't. I don't like that talking to somebody crunching potato chips or something in your ear. Yeah, that's horrible. So I've got the ding dongs and ho hos, and so you can't hear it. So, but anyway, I've got an idea for you that might work out real good for Hot Shot Secret. I think we should. You remember the old baseball cards, and you got a piece of gum in them. And it's like 5 cents.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, back in the day. Well, I believe we ought to send all our pictures in, like Monkey Gouger and Grumpy Ed and all of them, to you. And get together a bunch of cards. And the back of the card, your card would be number 1, have your name on it and the hours, and this is Steve Summers and your show times and everything. And on the back of that card, have the Hot Shot Secrets, some supplies, that like that gas stuff and Stay Hard and stuff like that, So everybody would have a card, and you would take them to the Loves and the Pilots, and they'd sell them for, I don't know, $4 or whatever. And on the cards, the back of the cards, there would be a bonus, like $5 free fuel and 5% off a Hot Shot Secrets supplies and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's just a thought, and
kind of like our very own edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive trading cards. That would be unique. All right, Pathfinder, thank you much. We got a pause.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. Cyclone Chido brought winds of 225 kilometers per hour. Mayotte struggles with poverty and unemployment, and the storm has destroyed homes. The island also has many undocumented migrants, which means the death toll could run into the thousands. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. Yoon was removed by South Korea's parliament on Saturday, Laura Westbrook reports.
The Constitutional Court has up to 6 months to decide whether to uphold the impeachment. Fresh elections must be held within 2 months if Yoon is impeached. The Prime Minister Han Duck-seo is serving as interim leader in Yoon's stead. There is also another investigation into Yoon and his inner circle over potential charges of insurrection over the short-lived martial law. Protests have continued, with demonstrators saying they will keep up the pressure until the Constitutional Court decides Yoon's fate. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. 9 Australians were caught trying to smuggle more than 8 kilos of heroin out of Bali in 2005. Two of the gang's ringleaders were executed in 2015. One member died of cancer in prison, and the only woman in the group had her sentence commuted after spending 13 years in prison. The 5 remaining members arrived in Darwin on Sunday. This followed years of lobbying by Australia on their behalf. They said that they were relieved and happy to be home, and that they looked forward to reintegrating back into society. Indian music legend and 4-time Grammy winner Zakir Hussain has died at the age of 73. The musician, famous for playing the Indian percussion instrument, the tabla, passed away at a hospital in San Francisco. Ishan Garg tells us more.
Condolences are pouring in from all over the world after tabla maestro Zakir Hussain's death. Many see Hussain as the man responsible for making the Indian classical music loved globally. His iconic collaborations with artists such as Yo-Yo Ma, Charles Lloyd and Mickey Hart made the Indian tabla reach a global platform. In a statement, his family said Hussain leaves an extraordinary legacy behind. He died of health complications arising out of a heart-related illness. Fans say the global music world has lost an icon, and many say India has lost a cultural ambassador who bridged the gap between Indian classical music and jazz globally. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to
pick it back up there on a Monday. Welcome into the greatest day of the week. All right, get back to the phones here. Who we got on board? Not seeing a name there. Going once, going twice. Is it John? No? Okay, let's try. Is it Leonardo? That's a new one.
Hello.
Hi there.
How are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Doing good. I just wanted to talk about immigration and some points that I did not agree with another caller.
Okay.
The caller talked about basically how the border has been open for the past 4 years, immigration, AOC being corrupted, but it's just completely not based on actual evidence whatsoever. I also wanted to put some respect on immigration, on undocumented immigrants, because they pay taxes, and also they do not receive benefits as much as the media or as much as the right implies. January 6th is also horrible, but not because they were not due process and they criminalized people, but more because it was attack on democracy itself.
January 6th was an attack on democracy?
Yes.
Leonardo, I'd say you've got all the far left leaning talking points.
I wouldn't say far left. I would say more progressive. I do not consider myself a far leftist. I do agree with some points that the caller did. But I feel like sometimes we just need to put ourselves in reality and understand that the actions that we make deserve consequences, right? You don't get to lie to the American public and make a fake election scheme and incite a resurrection.
Okay, like I said,
talked about basically
Leonardo. There were discrepancies in 2020. Things took place that were not correct, and he was 100% correct when states were denying their own state constitutions as far as election rules and election law. Pennsylvania, Exhibit A, sent ballots out to everyone that was a registered voter. No way of really tracking who filled out those ballots, and that was in violation of their own state constitution. Their state representatives violated their own laws. After the election, all over the country, there were suits being filed, and judges, one after another, the judges denied even taking a look into those suits about improprieties that had taken place for that election. Yeah, that is actual election fraud that we know took place. And if you actually believe Joe Biden got 81 million votes in 2020, you're just buying into the left-leaning narrative. Now, I want to get back. You mentioned that these illegal immigrants coming into this country, yes, the border has been open, pretty much wide open for 4 years. And for most cases, it's still open today, even post-election, when Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were trying to tout the fact that they were going to shut it down. Kamala said, give me 4 years and we'll address the border. They've done absolutely nothing. You said these illegals are paying taxes. Well, if you're working under the table, you're not paying taxes, Leonardo.
Okay. So a couple of things. When you talk about the border being open, what do you mean?
Well, the border is open because rather than making these people that are coming from all over the world wait in Mexico to actually have a hearing in regards to the legality of their coming into the country, this administration has allowed them by the millions to simply cross that border, be released into the country, not really knowing who the hell they are, what they want, and most of them are not actually qualifying for amnesty or asylum in this country. That's not the way the system is supposed to work.
So how come they wait in the U.S. until the hearing?
Because this administration is allowing them to do so. And in many cases, these folks that have come in illegally are being let in, which that is not the process the way it is set up for legal immigration into this country. They're being released into the country. In some cases, they may have a hearing slated for 3, maybe 4 years down the line. And in many cases, they never show up for that hearing anyway. They just disappear under the radar and never. Yeah, how Donald Trump plans to find and deport even the criminal element, I kind of wonder how successful he's going to be able to be in doing so, because you don't know where they are. They're not going to voluntarily show up to. If you send them a letter telling them you've got a hearing date and they don't show up, how do you find them?
Yes, of course. So you actually brought up the point that I'm trying to make, right? And the problem is that there's a fault on the system, and the system is that these people come here, say, hey, I would like to be a refugee, and the U.S. gives them an appointment that is 2 years, 3 years, 4 years from now, and they're like, okay, thank you very much. They get that appointment, and they leave, and they get lost in the U.S., right? I agree with that. That is actually what's wrong right now with the system. That system is completely being abused. I am not debating that. I'm not arguing in favor of that. The thing is that the infrastructure bill, do we know what was going to do? The infrastructure bill that was actually turned out by Donald Trump and by the Republicans?
I'm not sure what you're referencing.
Because the infrastructure bill was going to actually give the legislative bill that Lankford put into the Senate, that it was going to give money to CBP and ICE, and it was going to allow them to basically have more judges to be able to, instead of giving appointments, confirm and give and let deny the immigrants from coming into the U.S. right there and right then.
Well, I think I know what you're referencing there, but there's one piece of that one little tidbit that you brought up sounds good on the surface, but the overall piece of legislation, I think that's the one that wasn't going to really do anything as far as so-called shutting down the border. If you're going to say when we have 5,000 every single day that are allowed to come in before we stop the flow, that's not doing anything to actually shut down the flow of immigrants. And that's pretty much what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been saying for the last several years, that the Republicans refused to cooperate. They shot down the legislation that would have, quote, done something to secure the border, when all reality it would have done absolutely nothing to stem the flow. 5,000, 7,000 every single day. All right, Leonardo, good to hear from you. But, good to hear from the left. Progressive? Is that the term, progressive? That's what they are now. But we have not heard from the inbred redneck, and I want to ask him about this. Yeah, the cryptocurrency markets have been doing very well. Post-election Bitcoin setting records, other cryptos. Have you ever heard of Fartcoin? It's a real thing. Yes, it's called Fartcoin. It is totally useless. It has nevertheless tripled in value over the past week to a market capitalization of more than $700 million. About equal to those of Office Depot, Guess Jeanswear, the parent company of Steak and Shake. The Carnival Casino era of cryptocurrencies is back with a vengeance. A wave of investment in Bitcoin that was itself spurred by the election of Trump. It is minting millionaires while potentially harming others. Yet everyone, even the losers, seem to be in on the joke. They call them meme coins. Dogecoin was initially meant to be a meme. It was a joke, right? The wave of meme coiners is a mix of longtime Bitcoin holders and people that are desperate to change their fortunes in an era of sky-priced homes and equities. According to one research analyst for GSR, a decentralized finance group, while many of these meme coin traders are flush from gains thanks to Bitcoin's 130% increase this year, 50% of which has been since Trump's election, they're simply moving down the risk curve into areas of pure speculation, he says. Others see the potential of making 10 times their money overnight. A lot of it is people thinking, I can get some sort of edge by having a better chance at a lottery ticket. Buyers and sellers alike are for the most part aware that their trading activity is akin to the riskiest kind of gambling. It's all about exiting one's position to avoid getting left holding the bag, failing to trade up and strike while the price is hot. Because they are worthless, you're actually betting on the bigger fool. The idea that someone else will pay a higher price for a given meme coin, you're thinking, I'm early to this. Someone's going to buy the bags. But there is no underlying driver of its value. The greatest risk in trading meme coins, which tend to be based on the lifespan of internet memes, is the meme itself fading away. Gains from a given news cycle for a very select few can be big. Blockchain data shows at least one holder of a coin created in the wake of they had a peanut and squirrel incident last month that involved the death of a rodent being kept without permission by a New York man. That meme coin is setting at nearly $500 million. That coin, known as PNUT, peanut, is down about half from its peak value of $2.47 as the news story faded from view. Over the course of 24 hours' time, what was it, last week or the week before? The rise, and everybody knows about the Hawk Tuah girl, right? The Hawk Tuah? Spit on that thing. The Hawk coin was released. Haley Welch. Over the course of 24 hours, Hawk's market cap peaked at $500 million before collapsing to $28 million, prompting complaints about big-time losses in funds. Those complaints have not been independently verified by NBC News, facing accusations of insider trading. Hawk Tuah girl Welsh released a statement saying neither she nor anyone on her team had sold the coins, blaming what they call sniper algorithmic bots designed to sell as prices begin to surge. Now, he confirmed algorithmic trading, which has been long part of mainstream trading on Wall Street, is now routinely deployed in the meme coin space. Estimating that the top 20 traded coins in crypto, half are meme coins, whose trades are almost entirely driven by bots designed to spot and respond to price movements. Now, is it legal? Some believe meme coins are permitted because the Securities and Exchange Commission has never formally categorized Bitcoin as a security. But they have taken actions against exchanges that have permitted trading of other tokens. Many meme coins, including Fartcoin, do not appear to be legally purchased from U.S. soil on most of the crypto exchanges that are offering them. Fartcoin? Who buys into this? It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thanks for the email there, Vic. I haven't had an opportunity to pull up the entire article, but sends me a link to 5 highly illegal places to fly a drone in New Jersey, from a website known as The Drone Life. I said, even this particular article is kind of dated, but as you can see, there are numerous rules that these drones are violating right now. But Mayorkas says he wants more regulations. Now, if the powers that be are incapable of enforcing these regulations, how will more regulations help? Then there's the matter of drones appearing over other military sites. Now, military nuclear accidents involving lost nuclear devices, they're referred to as broken arrows. New Jersey has so many chemical plants. The anthrax scare at the Kearney post office, along with meteorites. And on it goes. At the very least, the incoming administration should be briefed. Quickly, as a side note, when an inhalation hazard is being transported, the truck driver is required to have the SCBA, which stands for self-contained breathing apparatus. So, based on the memo that had gone out to the mayors at the briefing last week, when they're saying there's no threat to the public, that is undoubtedly misleading. If official personnel are being advised to use self-contained breathing apparatus. Okay, the SCBA, and I wasn't sure what that stood for. That's it, self-contained breathing apparatus, part of the hazmat stuff and all. But 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Pup this morning. Hey there. Happy Monday.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I don't know about all that. I was outside working, I was in the barn working on my pinball machine. I'll tell you what. One, I got a question for you. What kind of barking present did you get?
Oh, it would be a mutt.
For their grandson.
Yes.
Oh, a mutt. Okay. I was kind of thinking a German Shepherd or a small dog, if it's going with your son. But
it's actually
you know what?
It's actually the grandson. I wanted to get it for me, but the princess said no. Now, of course, Rowan lives with us, so it's gonna be in my house.
Oh.
But Daddy was a
Yeah.
a boxer husky mix. Mom is a mostly German Shepherd, and I think it might have been Collie mix. She looks more like a German checkered black, but yeah. So he's a Heinz 57 for sure.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? 98%, I always agree with Grump, but I kind of got pissed off at him.
Uh-oh.
Because he made me abuse a skull buster. When he said AOC shouldn't even be in charge of finger painting. Oh my gosh. No, but that it sounds like there might be some hope yet for that Leonardo guy. So keep listening and have a good time and come to the right side. But then Pathfinder said something, and I know he misspoke. I know exactly what he was talking about. But I didn't know that you guys made a product called Stay Hard.
Right? Yeah, stay Bill.
Yeah, I know exactly what he meant. But so, no, love listening to you, Steve, and even on my day off, I sitting out here, enjoy it, and everybody have a great, safe night. So
All
that's
right.
about all I got for you, Big Bud.
Pup, thanks for
Bye.
checking in. I caught that when you got Stiction Eliminator, Stay Hard, and yeah, Diesel Extreme. Love it. All right, rolling toward news break here. We had a couple of DA of the Week nominees from Friday. One was out of Ottawa when a trucker had been fined for streaming pornography while driving on the highway. Officers pulled over a driver after they spotted them using their cell phone to watch explicit content at the wheel. Driving requires your full attention. Leave the phone alone. Wait till you get home, according to the police. But this guy was dumb enough to actually pulled over by the police and still had it streaming on his device when the officer kind of walked up to his window. It's like, are you kidding me? He's still watching? Okay.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250 TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel products.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. Cyclone Chido brought winds of 225 kilometers per hour. Mayotte struggles with poverty and unemployment, and the storm has destroyed homes. The island also has many undocumented migrants, which means the death toll could run into the thousands. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. Yoon was removed by South Korea's parliament on Saturday, Laura Westbrook reports.
The Constitutional Court has up to 6 months to decide whether to uphold the impeachment. Fresh elections must be held within 2 months if Yoon is impeached. The Prime Minister Han Duck-seo is serving as interim leader in Yoon's stead. There is also another investigation into Yoon and his inner circle over potential charges of insurrection over the short-lived martial law. Protests have continued, with demonstrators saying they will keep up the pressure until the Constitutional Court decides Yoon's fate. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. 9 Australians were caught trying to smuggle more than 8 kilos of heroin out of Bali in 2005. 2 of the gang's ringleaders were executed in 2015. 1 member died of cancer in prison, and the only woman in the group had her sentence commuted after spending 13 years in prison. The 5 remaining members arrived in Darwin on Sunday. This followed years of lobbying by Australia on their behalf. They said that they were relieved and happy to be home, and that they looked forward to reintegrating back into society. Indian music legend and 4-time Grammy winner Zakir Hussain has died at the age of 73. The musician, famous for playing the Indian percussion instrument, the tabla, passed away at a hospital in San Francisco. Ishan Garg tells us more.
Condolences are pouring in from all over the world after tabla maestro Zakir Hussain's death. Many see Hussain as the man responsible for making the Indian classical music loved globally. His iconic collaborations with artists such as Yo-Yo Ma, Charles Lloyd and Mickey Hart made the Indian tabla reach a global platform. In a statement, his family said Hussain leaves an extraordinary legacy behind. He died of health complications arising out of a heart-related illness. Fans say the global music world has lost an icon, and many say India has lost a cultural ambassador who bridged the gap between Indian classical music and jazz globally. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at China's decision to launch a monopoly investigation into Nvidia, the American technology company and chip manufacturer that has seen its share price grow 2,300% over the last 5 years. Beijing is accusing the company of violating pledges that it made when it acquired an Israeli company, Mellanox Technologies. It promised to supply China with equipment on fair, reasonable and non-discriminatory terms, an agreement that Nvidia denies breaking. But there are bigger issues at play, according to Bob McMahon of America's Council on Foreign Relations.
China announcing this is a warning shot to say it can do things like this if the U.S. continues to try to ratchet up its controls on China. Specifically, the case that seems to have aroused China is one that they had preliminarily approved about 4 years ago, which was the acquisition of a company called Mellanox Technologies. China's now come back and said, actually, there are things involved in this acquisition that smack of monopoly. And so with any company the size of NVIDIA is going to potentially face this. But this one seemed to be clearly a Chinese move to retaliate and just try to say, look, how much longer do you want to play this? We have things we can do. And this is another step.
NVIDIA has enjoyed a 90% share in China's artificial intelligence chip market, but is facing increased competition from Chinese manufacturers, including Huawei. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bunden reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Get the final hour off and rolling here. Drones even making industry headlines from CDL Life over the weekend. A fed-up New Jersey sheriff said he tried to track the mystery drones swarming the skies above his county, but they, quote, easily evaded the effort. The Ocean County Sheriff's Office sent their own industrial-grade drone into the air last Thursday in a bid to follow one of 50 unmanned aerial vehicles a local cop saw coming off the ocean. According to Sheriff Michael Mastronardi, the officer alerted the state police, the FBI, and the U.S. Coast Guard. Coast Guard officials then reported 13 drones with wingspans of 8 feet following one of their vessels. The sheriff said the mysterious drones, which don't give off heat like your more typical versions, swiftly maneuvered out of their clutches. Speaking to News Nation. Speaking Friday night, explaining he originally thought this drone hysteria might be a result of pranksters until he saw them himself. McHugh says, if this is not our military, then it's even more scary. These things look like they're fixed wing, multiple lights. I'm not really sure how to process what I saw. But the photographer and I were kind of stunned. The theories continue to abound, some believing they may have been sent by foreign adversaries. Friday, National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says there's nothing to fear and that people may be imagining things. All right. Since then, let's see. Drones have been sighted in at least 12 counties in New Jersey, parts of eastern Pennsylvania, upstate New York, and, the rest. They keep coming in from all over the place, right? All right. Eagle, good morning. Happy Monday.
Okay, yeah. I got some couple things to talk about tonight. What's going on with some things in America, but it concerns what's going on with these objects in the sky. I'm not calling them drones because that's not what they are. Before I get started on that, I want to say this, Steve, that American people are very disappointing in some states in America. People all over the world are seeing this. I don't know if you've seen this over the weekend. You know, Donald Trump, you know, like I say, you know, I like Donald Trump, and but some of the things that he says is way out of line, and he needs to watch what he says before he says things without knowing the whole deal. When Donald Trump said last week on Thursday or Friday, when he said that we don't know what these objects are and the military is not saying anything, he told people to shoot them down. He should have emphasized that this is the authority of the military and police organizations to do that, not your average everyday citizen. Do you know how embarrassing that is? They got videos on TikTok and other avenues with people that are actually shooting at these objects in the sky, or UFOs, unidentified objects, whatever you want to call them. Do you know how stupid that is? People all over the world are seeing this. What makes some idiot in the backwoods of Alabama think that shooting a shotgun at an object at a UFO or some unknown object is going to bring it down? That's just dumb. That's just dumb business. And like I said, Donald Trump, he needs to emphasize before he said. And besides that, they need to read the law, Steve. There is a law in the United States that says that you are not allowed to shoot down drones or any other objects. You could be arrested. There was a man who got arrested a couple of weeks ago. I think it was in Tennessee. He shot a drone down, and it was a Walmart drone, and the police went to his house and arrested this man. So just in case people have any bright ideas about shooting at these objects in the sky, be ready for the local police authorities to show up to your house and place you under arrest, because it is illegal. Now, let's get to the real deal. Now, Steve, you know, like I say, people have their own beliefs. You know, like I said, like you had this other guy call in a few minutes ago, and obviously he doesn't live in the same United States we live in. He seems to feel like the border is closed. So that tells you all you need to know about that guy. He's not even worth my time or effort to try to explain it to him. If that's the way he feels, that's the way he feels. It just so he knows I'm laughing at him. Now, okay, the objects in the sky, Steve, it clearly says that these things are unidentified. These are what you call orbs. Anybody can go and look in the Bible, and it talks about these objects in the sky that we're seeing right now. And by the way, these objects are not just being seen in the U.S., Steve. There's more. These objects are being seen in other countries, Mexico, I heard, Argentina, and even overseas. I think I heard in China and Korea and some other places. This is something that's going on around the world. This is not something that's the reason why the military. When that guy, he made a mistake last week, Steve. When I called you up and told you what that congressman said, when he said that there was a mothership. Yeah, there is a mothership, but it's not a mothership that we've ever seen before. There is a mothership that we can't see, but it's definitely out there, and it's bringing these objects. If you look at this thing that's in the sky, these videos, Steve, you could clearly see that there are objects coming out of this thing. It started out as one, and then you could see 3 or 4 of them materializing and going out and doing their own thing. And so whether they're spacecraft or what they are, but there's clearly something going on. And like I said, that's the reason why the military, they've never seen nothing like this. The government, nobody knows what the hell these things are. Now, the guy, like I told you last week. Now, these objects that we are seeing right now with the lights, the green and red lights, these are obviously man-made drones. Because, like I heard a guy say, right, and I told you last week, I don't think the aliens are concerned about the aviation rules requiring them to have lights on their objects. So these things that you see with no lights on them, those are obviously unidentified objects. Because they don't have no green or red lights on them. Now, the lights, like I said, the lights you see with the red and green are obviously American-made or some human-made drones. that are flying around. And from what I'm understanding, they're trying to figure out and inspect it and seeing what are these objects. Or like you said earlier in the program, somebody seems to feel like there might be some kind of a dirty bomb that has got into the United States. How that got in, I don't know. And maybe that's what they're looking for. But obviously, something mysterious is going on right now in the military. And here's the sad part about it. Like I told you on Thursday night, Steve, still no word from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Like I told you, last time I checked, they were still employed by the White House until January the 20th. But it seems as though Kamala and Joe don't feel that way. They feel like they've already punched off the time clock and just riding it out for the lab. But he can't figure out what this is. But he got plenty of time. Let me tell you about just one guy that he pardoned, Steve. Maybe you can go over that to hang up with you. One of these guys was a Chinese guy, and guess what? He had all kind of pornography and child porn that he was convicted of. Joe Biden had the gall to give this guy a pardon, a known child molester and a person that involves himself in these type of things. Joe Biden had the audacity to give a person like that a pardon, and that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Yeah, most all the videos I've seen they are drones of some form or fashion. I know what he's talking about with the orb thing. Yeah, there is a video that was shared it was actually caught live on the ABC affiliate, Channel 7, who was out doing a story about these UFOs, and it panned in, they zoomed into this orb in the sky that almost looked like some sort of electrical charge, or just like it was a lightning orb or something. They zoomed in on that and said, we don't know what it is. Everybody's looking up. Not the type of video that most of these other, but again, let's see if I could pull that up. ABC 7 there in New Jersey. And this was again, live on the ad. You had the reporters in the field, the photographer there, the videographer. And back at the station, they said, some are questioning, it was full moon over the weekend. They said, is that the moon you're looking at? And she said, nope, that's definitely the moon's over here, and what we're filming is over here. And it was clearly a cylindrical orb object. Cue the Twilight Zone. Morning, dingy one. Hello, dingbat.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
Doing all right.
Paranoia would destroy you. You know that?
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's what it's kind of getting to in this country. I mean, the way this is, yes, it's just before Thanksgiving. It's reaching a fever pitch all over the country.
This paranoia will destroy you, people. Just put it out there. So, I had an eventful weekend. I played your show back this morning because I had to catch up on some sleep from Friday night into Saturday night kind of thing, because poor brain dead drove me nuts. Dingbat crazy, to say it that way.
Yeah.
But I want to give a feedback on what Rambler was talking about. About his son. I just want to congratulate his son because I've been there.
The son that had reached bottom, absolute bottom, and nobody would help him, yeah, and was able to actually come back.
Right. As you know, I'm Dean Bat, but my real name's Paula, but I'm an addict myself. But when I heard what Rambler was talking about, I had to I was driving, I was replaying your show. I had to pull over in tears because I can relate on a lot of things that Rambler was talking about. But, I always tell people, my name is Addict, but Paul is my problem. So, let me give you a taste of my story. I've been locked up a handful of times, and never think in my imagination of hitting bottom like that, but I have. I've hit bottom so hard that I would not know what day it is, or if it's daylight, night, whatever. I don't even know what time it was. My sobriety date is July 27, 2016. Now, if you do the math on that, that is about 8 years. I what you call what I live on life terms according to the program that I'm in. I can go on and on all day and talk about the deep conversations about everything from active addiction and more, and day by day. But if you knew my name, I mean, like I said, my name's Paula, but if you knew my story, I mean, I could go, like I said, I can go on and on, but you can find me on Facebook, and I would love to talk to your listeners about my story. But I can go on and on about the struggles I've been with, but that's another story, that's another time, or whatever like that. But I've been there. I mean, hit rock bottom. I mean, I say there's God on my when I was locked up on my last rehab. I mean, I've been through a lot of struggles.
Does it seem like it? Does it ever get any easier? Or is it just is the desire still there? It's like I can identify with smoking or wanting to quit smoking. It's I've not successfully done it, but
Brain Dead gets on to me about that. I mean, I've been smoking a cigarette since I was 13.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've done some hard stuff in my life, but like I don't have the desire to do it anymore because I know where it will lead me to.
Okay.
I mean, I do have legal problems. I don't want to go into issues. I mean,
right.
Depth about it, but I mean, I used to be paranoid on cops, but what I used to do for Papa John's, I used to deliver it to cops. I'm like, hey, officer, but now I'm like, I respect officers in a whole different light. Did I lose you?
No, we got you.
Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, it's hard. I live one day at a time. I mean, I've had like I said, I have knee surgery twice, and I'll look at my doctor like, I really don't need those. I don't. I can take a Tylenol or ibuprofen. I'll be good for the rest of the day.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, if you were to take, prescription painkillers, it would be way too easy to find yourself hooked on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard, but I live one day at a time, even 1 second, even though something dramatically happens or whatever like that. But I was really grateful of what I've done in my life of recovery.
Well, I appreciate you being kind of open with this there, Paula.
I mean, if you knew, I'll tell your listeners, if you want to find me on Facebook, it's Paula Ann Harper, Brain Dead. But, it's, like I said, it's a real struggle, but, I would like to talk to listeners if they have the same problem, because I can probably help them to help a family member or friend or whatever like that and give them my feedback so I can help the next person. And that's what in the program was called service work. And for me, it don't cost a dime. I'm not going to say, "Oh, you pay me this much so I can talk to you." I'm not a therapist. I'm not a therapist like that way.
But someone who's been there, done that, can maybe help answer questions about, like what Rambler was saying. Don't give up on them, but at the same time, you cannot continue to enable them. I guess if you got somebody that's going to bail you out or pay your debt or whatever, and you never get to that point where you really feel like you've hit rock bottom.
Well, I always do a joke with myself. If I act up right now, I always say I don't have the bond money to do it.
There you go.
But, Brain Dead's probably on his way home right now. I just woke up because I went to bed really, really early, per se, because I got to go to work tomorrow. Well, today.
Yeah.
do that wonderful FedEx job.
All right. Well, Dingbat, good to hear from you. Paula Ann Harper, as she said, on Facebook. And who knows? Somebody out there might need someone to talk to offer some advice, how to help. Industry headlines. Sam Graves of Missouri, the representative, will lead the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee once again. Last Thursday, the Republican Steering Committee selected Graves to continue serving as the chairperson of the House T&I Committee in the 119th Congress. Now, he's chaired the committee the past 2 years. Was the Republicans' ranking member the 4 years before that, received a waiver from a House Republican panel in order to remain the committee leader. Now, this position is especially significant in the upcoming legislative session, as Congress will go to work on the next highway bill. They'll hit the ground running in 2025, according to Graves. Our work will include working with President Trump to advance his infrastructure priorities, developing the next long-term surface transportation reauthorization, and reprioritizing policies that are consistent with the core purpose of infrastructure in the first place. That's moving people and goods safely throughout our country. OOIDA said they are looking forward to working with Graves to advance pro-trucker legislation. We congratulate Chairman Graves on being selected by his colleagues to continue leading the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. According to OOIDA President Todd Spencer, we have a strong relationship with Chairman Graves and look forward to working with him and his committee next year on the transportation reauthorization bill that includes pro-trucker priorities like expanded truck parking, fighting freight fraud, and allowing restroom access at shippers and receivers. When Congress worked on the previous infrastructure bill back in 21, Graves stood up for truckers in opposition of efforts to increase carriers' minimum liability insurance, trying to take it up to $2 million. Now, it's going to put some of these independent operators out of business because that amount of money they would have to put up for that insurance, Graves said. At the time, he said it's going to come down to one simple choice. You either choose those truck drivers trying to support their families, or you choose trial attorneys. That's what it really comes down to. So again, working with Sam Graves of Missouri once again in the 119th Congress. All right, coming up, news break, and it is 844-844-3388. Karen Kingston is a biotech analyst and former Pfizer employee who is back with a prediction about the nightmare of the COVID mRNA nanoparticle bioweapon vaccines, as she refers to them. She believes the Trump team, with Health and Human Services nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr., will probably force a recall shortly after Trump's sworn into office. Tell you more on what she had to say. Interesting stuff. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunden in Mumbai. Hundreds are feared to have been killed in a powerful cyclone that hit the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte. Cyclone Chido brought winds of 225 kilometers per hour. Mayotte struggles with poverty and unemployment, and the storm has destroyed homes. The island also has many undocumented migrants, which means the death toll could run into the thousands. South Korea's constitutional court proceedings are underway over the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been suspended from office over his failed bid to impose martial law. Yoon was removed by South Korea's parliament on Saturday, Laura Westbrook reports.
The Constitutional Court has up to 6 months to decide whether to uphold the impeachment, Fresh elections must be held within 2 months if Yoon is impeached. The Prime Minister Han Duck-seo is serving as interim leader in Yoon's stead. There is also another investigation into Yoon and his inner circle over potential charges of insurrection over the short-lived martial law. Protests have continued, with demonstrators saying they will keep up the pressure until the Constitutional Court decides Yoon's fate. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The 5 remaining Bali 9 drug smugglers have returned to Australia after serving almost 20 years in jail in Indonesia. 9 Australians were caught trying to smuggle more than 8 kilos of heroin out of Bali in 2005. 2 of the gang's ringleaders were executed in 2015. 1 member died of cancer in prison, and the only woman in the group had her sentence commuted after spending 13 years in prison. The 5 remaining members arrived in Darwin on Sunday. This followed years of lobbying by Australia on their behalf. They said that they were relieved and happy to be home, and that they looked forward to reintegrating back into society. Indian music legend and 4-time Grammy winner Zakir Hussain has died at the age of 73. The musician, famous for playing the Indian percussion instrument, the tabla, passed away at a hospital in San Francisco. Ishan Garg tells us more.
Condolences are pouring in from all over the world after tabla maestro Zakir Hussain's death. Many see Hussain as the man responsible for making the Indian classical music loved globally. His iconic collaborations with artists such as Yo-Yo Ma, Charles Lloyd and Mickey Hart made the Indian tabla reach a global platform. In a statement, his family said Hussain leaves an extraordinary legacy behind. He died of health complications arising out of a heart-related illness. Fans say the global music world has lost an icon, and many say India has lost a cultural ambassador who bridged the gap between Indian classical music and jazz globally. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Eagle brought up some of the comments from Donald Trump late last week. Now, I know for a fact the Trump team, the transition team, they're supposed to be getting the full briefings, security briefings, and things of that nature. to include Trump to be up to speed with what's going on when he takes office. If the government knows more about what's going on with the drones, obviously he has not been briefed on it because Trump said the drones in New Jersey and other states should be shot down if the federal government doesn't take action. Friday, Trump called for the government to be transparent, posting via Truth Social mystery drone sightings all over the country. Can this really be happening without our government's knowledge? I don't think so. Let the public know, and now. Otherwise, shoot them down. That was his quote. The White House, meanwhile, said it needs more definitive information to make a decision on whether to take them down. John Kirby said, we don't have enough conclusions to take that kind of policy action. New Jersey's governor urging President Biden to allocate more federal resources. In a letter to Biden last Thursday, Murphy noted existing laws limit the ability of state and local law enforcement to counter unmanned aircraft systems, that more resources are needed to understand what's behind it. But he did confirm that these have been spotted dating all the way back to the 18th of last month. Thursday night, Maryland's governor revealed he saw drones himself, expressing concern that they were flying 25 miles from the nation's capital. The federal government's response to this is unacceptable, said Hogan. Representative Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey called on the FBI and Homeland Security to hold a public briefing. Give local and state agencies the tools they need to monitor and allow them to deploy assets that can safely take down the drones. Gottheimer said New Jersey cannot become the wild, wild west of drone activity. No state can be the Wild West. In addition to Maryland and New Jersey, additional sightings, Southern California, Connecticut. Following the drone sightings over New Jersey, the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence, and the Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security held a joint hearing last Tuesday to discuss the matter. Robert Wheeler, Assistant Director of the FBI's Critical Incident Response Group, was among those who were pressed on these sightings, to which he responded, simply, the FBI is investigating. We do not attribute that to an individual or a group yet. We're investigating, and I don't have an answer to who's responsible for that. If one or more people that are responsible, that hearing prompting frustration among lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. Richard Blumenthal, the senator, the Democrat from Connecticut, said we should be doing some very urgent intelligence analysts and take them out of the skies, especially if they're flying over airports or military bases. The White House says a review of the reported sightings shows that many of them are actually manned aircraft being flown lawfully. John Kirby said that there were no reported sightings in any restricted airspace. We have no evidence at this time that these sightings pose a national security or public safety threat or have a foreign nexus. We continue to deploy personnel and technology to investigate, to confirm whether the drone sightings are actually drones or instead manned aircraft or otherwise inaccurate sightings. Just kind of, it's been the beaten around the bush thing over and over and over again. Now, I kind of teased you there with things that may be changing with the new administration. Now, Karen Kingston, last week, she said Trump and RFK Jr. actually had a meeting with the CEOs of Pfizer and Eli Lilly, along with Big Pharma's trade group. Kingston says, what are the negotiating tools that Trump has? Well, he has many, she says. The COVID shots, Pfizer knew they could only poison, harm, and kill. They're bioweapons, and because of Pfizer's contract that I have reviewed, it makes them liable. Pfizer's CEO, Bourla, Trump has him between a rock and a hard place. Yet not only are they going to allow RFK Jr. to be confirmed, when RFK Jr. announces the 19 shots must be recalled, Albert Bourla and the CEO of Moderna and other companies are going to go along with a voluntary recall of all the COVID injections from the U.S. market and globally. She says this will happen within the first 100 days of the Trump administration, if not sooner. Donald Trump is pushing his America First agenda with Big Pharma. At least 25% of key ingredients are coming from manufacturing partners in China, who's one of the biggest manufacturing partners. WuXi Biologics, who directly works for and on behalf of the People's Republic of China and the People's Liberation Army. Trump is saying, cut it out. We don't want you collaborating with our enemies for key ingredients for drugs, pharmaceuticals, and vaccines that are used in the United States. Now, who is WuXi? It's WUXI, WuXi Biologics. Who is their number one manufacturing partner? Well, Eli Lilly, number one. Number two is likely Pfizer. When they really start investigating what went wrong with these injections, they're going to find millions of deaths, the number of adverse events, because it's times 200 million people who were injected in America. It's going to be in the billions. When you add up going to the doctor, going to the ICU, getting multiple diagnoses across various systems, you're going to see billions of adverse events. The next front is the bird flu pandemic that's being planned and implemented right now, she says. Uh-oh. She was one of the first to sound the alarm on the bird flu 6 weeks ago on USA Watchdog. Kingston warns about the bird flu vaccine laced with dangerous pathogens, more lies and hype to scare the public into taking the latest experimental bird flu shots. Now, she says, I hope Congress starts acting very quickly to shut down this H5N1 bird flu attack that's going to create food shortages and a pandemic for the Trump administration and RFK Jr. to inherit. Yeah, this is just going to accelerate the World Health Organization and the World Economic Forum's goal to create a global government. Yeah, they're annihilating our food supply. They're taking out America. This must stop. Now, I'm sure she's probably considered by some and has been one of those censored, silenced, several years ago, probably banned from social media for making those kind of statements. But what I find interesting, at the same time she makes these statements, Dr. Peter McCullough, cardiologist, chief scientific officer for the Wellness Company, says Americans who spoke out against vaccines were painted as conspiracy theorists for the better part of the last 4 years. They are finally being vindicated, he says. Now, he was one of those that was labeled a conspiracy theorist. Now he has the proof. In a shocking peer-reviewed study that mainstream media outlets don't want to touch, the high likelihood of correlation between the COVID vaccine and death was found. What we know what we know the vaccines cause in terms of, their safety warnings, and what was determined is about 74% of all deaths that have occurred after vaccination that have come to autopsy. In fact, the vaccines caused the death. The peer-reviewed literature has now about 4,000 papers on fatal and non-fatal vaccines, disabilities, and deaths. So no, it's not a shock, he says. When we look at the mRNA vaccines, we do go from here. Do they have a future? Where do we go from here? Do you think they get shut down at this point? That was the question he was asked. There are multiple calls to shut it down, that the platform is not safe, that none of the COVID vaccines are safe for human use. The World Council for Health in the UK was the first to call for that. And now the American Association of Physicians and Surgeons, Doctors for COVID Ethics, there are now literally dozens of calls for the vaccines to be removed. I expect they will be taken off the market, he says. Largely, the crisis is closed at this point in time. We can treat residual cases. The vaccines never were compelling. Peterson notes that studies like the one McCullough is citing are still being censored, though. The censorship in medical literature is significant. It comes at the editorial reviewers and the publisher level. What is unprecedented, our papers are being fully published, contracted, copyrighted, indexed in the National Library of Medicine, then having them be retracted for no specific reason. McCullough says, I've been an editor of 2 major journals in the past, and I can tell you, it's my estimate that maybe 1% of these papers are fully getting through and published. Only 1%. So 4,000 papers describing all these concerning side effects. It is just the tip of the iceberg, he says.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Man, oh man, you notice the number of restaurants that have been shutting down around the country. For those that are surviving, a number are kind of changing their menu items due to soaring food cost and customers grappling with inflation. CNBC reported in a feature piece on Friday. I think the common thread behind everything right now is that the chains that are winning are not standing still. They're doing something innovative, whether it's new menu items, maybe it's a marketing innovation, maybe it's just hyper-emphasizing value. According to the review of restaurant industry by Black Box Intelligence, from January to February, year-over-year sales slumped. But picked up in March. During the summer, traffic again began to stagnate, but has picked up here in the winter. This year, 26 bar and restaurant chains filed for Chapter 11. The common denominator among restaurants who've been able to ride the rocky seas of the economy are those who offer value. For the low-income consumer, it's the dollar amount that matters. For everybody else, it's value. Even if you have money, you're noticing things are more expensive. You're going to be more selective, according to Moody's ratings vice president. While CNBC touted value as their word of the year, they pointed out that value is more than just offering a cheap meal. Fast food chains were this year's loser in the restaurant industry. Traffic at fast food restaurants fell nearly 2% this year through the month of October. Fast food makes up roughly 2/3 of the restaurant industry. There's a lot more competition with grocery and other food retailers. That's where most of the competition is, particularly for that lower to middle income consumer. Among the restaurant chains that were able to keep a level heading were the brands that tout chicken as their protein of choice. Chick-fil-A, Raising Cane's, Wingstop, performing the best among fast food chains this year. Another notable winner, chicken aside, they say was Taco Bell. Yum Brands, which owns that brand, attributed their success to the customer's perception of Taco Bell's bang for the buck. Another winner this year was what they call fast casual chains like Chipotle and Cava. Their stock skyrocketing 192% this year. We know you spend more money by going out rather than staying in. Fast casual seems to strike the right balance of value, the value equation. All right, let me see here. Who we got on board? Not seeing a name, but happy Monday. Good morning. Who we got on board? Check one. Going once, going twice. All right, I guess we got nobody. So we'll say, arrivederci. Have a great Monday. All right. We did have, thanks to Dingbat, I didn't get around to it on our Friday morning program. Everything gets kind of being dominated by drones, more drones. We had a couple of Hero of the Week nominees. In the state of Illinois, an officer being hailed as a hero after he jumped into action within minutes of when a pregnant woman called 911 to say her brakes had suddenly stopped working and she was quickly approaching a lake. The Williamson County Sheriff's Office said they received a 911 call from a driver who said her vehicle would not stop. Officers were able to catch up to the woman, who said she was on her way to pick up a relative from work as she was traveling westbound on Old Route 13 near Carterville, downtown Illinois. Yeah, the vehicle had brake lights visibly activated. However, the vehicle was not decelerating and continued traveling at about 30 miles per hour, according to the sheriff's office. They followed the driver for a brief time before determining it was unsafe for her to continue, and a rolling roadblock was conducted. Deputy Tyler Coffey, who was in the area when the 911 call was made, ultimately passed the woman's vehicle, got in front of it before slowly decelerating and allowing her front bumper to hit the back bumper of his squad car, then proceeding to slow down until both vehicles came to a stop. The woman, her unborn child, and the officer all unharmed. The vehicle was stopped about a quarter mile before Crab Orchard Lake. Had the deputy not been on scene or delayed performing this maneuver, the driver and vehicle would have likely gone into the water upon reaching the lake, according to the sheriff in a statement there. Coffey said it was only a matter of minutes between the time he received the call and the time he stopped the woman's car. He spoke to NBC Chicago. He says, "I'm glad she's okay. I'm glad I was in the area and very close to her. That way we could have gotten that vehicle stopped in time." No worse for the wear, but I'm assuming, obviously, things were on a kind of a downhill, a decline. Had she been on an incline, she obviously would have been able to stop. But all right, we close things out there on a Monday. Greatest day of the week, right? All right, thank you so much for participating, being part of the program. What will we have an opportunity to dig into tonight? Who knows? But I hope you'll come back at the midnight hour Eastern time to join us, and we'll find out. For our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.